Hold on, I forgot to unmute my mic. Let me do the intro again. Hold on, I'll tab back to, there we go. Hello gamers, and welcome back to the Polearm Challenge Dragonflight Edition. There we go, now I did it with my mic on. This time. Professional. Leo should be here in a bit. I think he had to go to the store real quick. So, he'll be here soon. I hope. Last time we arrived here at the Dragon Isles in the Waking Shores. And, we did various tasks. We, talked to an old sad man. We helped a baby get a duck. You know, riveting things. We helped some gay dragons. You know, all kinds of good stuff, you know? And this time we're gonna continue doing at least some of those things. I think there's some more gay dragons to help, I hope. Oh, and we got dragon riding, that's important too. Keen-eyed viewers will notice that I actually have an ability here that I didn't have last time. That's because I progressed the main story further on my main, and, you know, it unlocks account-wide. I also have this buff here. I get extra rep for all the factions up to rank 10 because I reached rank 10 on my main. Don't worry about it, it's fine. It's fine. I also unlocked world quests. We're not going to be doing them, so anytime they pop up, ignore them. It's fine. I couldn't turn off adventure mode. It just happened. Let's just get to it. Whee. Oh, we gotta have an obligatory fly around with dragon riding, I think. Dragon riding is so good, you guys. Yeah, the fact that they give you dragon riding so early on means that they got to make the zones really big and open and expansive. Nope. And the legend says that as she died, she sang a song so beautiful it made flowers grow over her bones forevermore.
Aspects gray shine.
And if a red dragonkin proves their devotion to life, her spirit will rise to sing the song once again. Do you believe in the legend? Do you think I'll ever hear her song? Hello. You're late. How dare you have actual adult things to do? How dare you have responsibilities that you cannot control? How could you? How absolutely could you? I'm gonna wait a minute to see if you're about to hop into call. There's a jubilant cricket here. Can't you tell how jubilant it is just by looking? I think it's a Pandaria model. Oh yeah, we need old PK in the server. I didn't actively respond. I gave a thumbs up emoji. In response, I'm like, yep, sounds good to me. You guys do your thing. I'm gonna climb all over this extremely sacred skeleton, which I am now stuck in. Help! 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 Yeah, it should be in Stormwind or Orgrimmar, depending if you're Horde or Alliance. I'm stuck in a skeleton in the meantime. Add permitted term bond. Yay, I'm free! Okay, let's see. So, if you're Alliance, you're probably either in... Well, you're probably either in Elwyn Forest, Stormwind, or maybe you're in the, what's it called, Exile's Reach? I think after Exile's Reach, it takes you to Stormwind. If you are in Stormwind, over here in the Trade District, there's this little ramp over here I'm circling with my cursor. That should take you into an area where there's a Flight Master, and there should be an NPC call with a subtitle Flying Trainer, I think. And they have all the riding skills. I know they say Flying Trainer, but don't worry about it, they'll do regular mounts too. You're in Draenor. Okay. I have no idea where or if there's a riding trainer in Draenor. You won't be able to fly there from Draenor. You might have a Hearthstone that's set to Stormwind, or failing that,
Help,
Draenor.
girl, I moved for Palnauts in my Discord list and I forgot how to get into the voice call. I'm here now.
Hello. Okay, so to get to Stormwind from Draenor, you want to take a flight path. Oops, something to my mouse. Double right clicks. You want to take a flight path to Ashran in Stormshield. There should be a portal in Stormshield around here by like the big tower. That should have a portal to Stormwind, and then you should be able to reach the riding trainer there. There might be a riding trainer in Stormshield as well. I think there's guard NPCs you can ask, but if not, there's always Stormwind.
Hey, Joy, remember to stream on Discord now that I'm here.
I thought I was. Oh, I guess
Nope.
not.
Nope.
I feel like this has happened multiple times.
This is like the second time it's happened. It's fine.
Weird. Discord, you're so silly. Good luck getting your writing.
I have lived
Yeah, best of
to
luck.
see them return.
Excellent. Now we can really get to work, Escala.
Listen, we had to troubleshoot. It's fine.
Aspects
The
watching.
legend says she only sings it for those who prove their devotion to life. Oh, did you see the dialogue while you're in chat?
Yeah, I did.
Okay. I've been tending this garden for years, and I think my plants and I are finally ready. I'll start setting up by the pool here. You can help me with the harvest. Gather seed pods from beneath bushes, dragon flowers from sunny fields, and dragon fruit high in the trees. Geez, do you have to put dragon in front of everything? Look, we get it. You can borrow my old rake to help with those. And watch out, sometimes the foliage can be feisty.
May the waters
Feisty.
protect you.
Feisty. You know,
Feisty.
normal things.
Yeah, hi,
Hazel-
hello everybody.
yeah, Hazel,
I was
you have-
late 'cause I had to go buy things.
Hazel,
at the
you have no
store.
idea.
Yes, it's kind of my brand.
It is... This is Swoglet.
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 Swoglet. Do I have a Swog pet? I hope so.
Do you have a Swoglet?
I have a frog.
Why does looking up Swog give you a roseate hopper?
Cause it's
Oh,
from
'cause
Hidden Horn
Home
Swog
Swog.
Hostage.
Wild.
I
I
could
could get a
get
Polyswog.
I could get
or
these. They're wild pets I can locate.
Oh.
I just think it's incredibly funny that Blizzard decided, what type of dragonkin species should we make? How about dragon frogs?
Thank you, I've been practicing my evil core.
Evil core.
You can thank Ghosty for that.
Ah, here is a lush seed pod. That's a very big seed pod.
Yeah, dang.
Eat. Angry. Lively.
Lively! Feisty.
Feisty. That's the word.
Feisty.
Jubilant cricket. No, I've harmed the cricket.
No, the cricket!
By making lightning happen somehow. How did
Why do you make lightning happen?
I don't know.
Are all flowers have a chance to be evil, or are they just like terrible?
I think
Is
there
the
were...
Skull just really bad at plant relations?
Look, I don't speak plant. But they all count as
Oh.
gathering of them, apparently.
Jorb, tell the wonderful chat about Ascala, the crystal farmer.
Oh, God. So the reason this series is called the Polearm Challenge is I leveled this character from 1 to 120, back when that was still the level cap, before they did the level squish, and then 50 to 60, using only polearms, one of the rarer weapon types in the game, especially strength polearms. Most polearms have agility for hunters. Like, especially throughout the earlier stages of the game. Funny enough, like, I've gotten like 3 separate polearms on my main, strength polearms on my main, leveling through Dragonflight, and I think he has a polearm right now. So I'm not sure that's going to be an issue here.
Now, what's Ascala's story?
Her story, according to some people, is that she's a crystal farmer. She started with a pitchfork, so we decided she was probably some kind of farmer, and some people, not naming any names, decided she farms crystals. I still
Listen, we went to is it like Draenor or Argus? Probably Argus. And we saw that Draenei farm crystals, apparently.
Apparently.
And like
I don't know how
she's
that
from
works.
Draenor. I don't know either, but that's something that exists in Blizzard Land. Also, she stopped the apocalypse canonically because she's the Herald of the Titans.
Oh yeah, she fought Algalon. Don't worry about it.
With Algalon being this big celestial guy who came down like, hey, so your world is like fucked up and needs to be like reset because there's so much like horrible things. Yeah, we need to start your planet over.
Yeah,
and
I mean, it's
Ascala,
gonna, like, you know, we're basically just gonna, like, return your planet back into magma and start over. You'll all die, but it's for the greater good. And we're like, no?
So Ascala and Keenan, who is the character I play, and a bunch of other random people we grouped up with.
Non-canonical
because
people.
we needed like 50 people.
50? I thought we had like 10.
For heralds? For heralds?
Yeah.
How many people did we have? Was anyone here for heralds? I don't remember.
No, I don't. Oh, you mean in chat? I thought you meant in the group.
No, I did mean. Oh.
No, I think it was like 10.
I don't remember the size of the group. Chat, is anyone in chat who remembers, please?
Oh my god, are you kidding me? So that fruit up there has been knocked down, and it landed in the tree geometry. I'm just gonna get a different fruit.
500 people. So Ascala, Keenan, the gay bear, who is a bear in the sense of body type and being a literal bear.
True.
It went to fight Algalon and tell him to knock it off, and then Algalon went, well, yeah, okay, you tased me in the nuts enough, I'm just gonna go home. And then he went home. Where did he go? Did he go home? Where did he go?
He was like, huh, you guys sure like being alive, huh?
Yeah, it's weird that you like being alive. Not sure how I feel about that.
I think I can look up what he looked like in,
Yeah, you can just go to Ulduar.
Yeah. Come on, game. I clicked the button. Him.
Listen, if Red Tree's anything, he's probably
You gonna try that again, champ?
If Red Tree is anything in Warcraft, he's probably a Coltiran, because those are the big buff humans.
Did you get all you needed from the garden? Excellent. Keshkin, I have everything ready. You do the honors. Hold on, I'll do the,
Oh, by the way, between last stream and this stream, Jorb bought me Dragonflight.
True.
I would play it, but I am not caught up to where Ascala is at all. And also, I'm very tired because I just got home.
Let's see. Oh, dragon spirit, will my flowers make you sing? The great dragon's bones lie silent. Oh, dragon spirit, does this fruit prove my devotion? The great dragon's bones do not answer. Oh, birds take fruit.
Birds.
Oh, dragon spirit, are these seeds enough to earn your song? The great dragon's bones have no response to offer. Well, these guys
birds
seem
are
to.
liking it.
The birds are liking it.
The Isles.
Well, at least the animals seem to enjoy my work. Akora tries to smile, but is unable to hide her disappointment. Maybe the legend was never real at all.
May the flights
But I thought,
protect us.
maybe I'm not so good at tending life after all. No, Akora, that can't be it. You're the best at caring for plants. Dragon with glasses.
We serve once more.
Oh,
Oh, it's the frog autism
this is
dragon!
the frog autism dragon. What can you tell me about frogs? Keshi lights up at the opportunity to tell you about frogs. Most fireflies are actually toxic to frogs. The ones I use are specially bred in the life pools to be safe for them, but you shouldn't go around feeding fireflies to frogs out in the wild. Thanks for the frog facts. Are there more? Yes, there are!
Oh my god.
Some frogs are poisonous and have evolved bright colors to warn predators away from trying to eat them. But some other frogs are tricky. They evolve the colors, but not the poison. Let's hope for their sake the predators don't figure out a way to tell which frogs are which.
Is Keshki non-binary, or is it another dragon that's non-binary?
I think Kashki is she/her. I think that just doesn't always say.
Okay. There's a few non-binary ones.
Yeah, Celestra is non-binary. I know.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Thanks for the frog facts.
Go with
I've never. Anyway, back to the current topic at hand. I've never seen Akora this upset. Usually she's as sunny as her flowers, but that legend means a lot to her. She talks about it all the time. Keshki fidgets with their glasses. Oh right, I think Keshki is like she/they or something.
Oh yeah, that's right, that's right.
I don't know a lot about plants, and I don't think frogs would cheer up anyone but me. But north of here there's a quiet spot where I do my thinking. Hornswogg Hollow. Maybe we can find something to cheer her up there? Or try to formulate a plan to help?
until we meet again.
We'll be right back, Akora. I forgot something. I'll meet you at Hornswogg Hollow, Escala. It's just up this path to the northeast. Don't worry, Keshki. I have an arrow that I psychically know about, so I can whee.
I have a funny story to tell about Minecraft fireflies once there's no dialogue.
Hello. Side quest spotted. I knew joining the Dragon Scale expedition meant venturing off into dangerous territory, but I was not expecting to fight off elementals. Our dig site at the Life Vault ruins is in complete disarray. Stone monstrosities are rising up out of the ground. We called in an elementalist to consult, but I believe she'll need all the help she can get. Perhaps you can help her. Our camp is just across the river. In a bit. We one side quest chain at a time, please. Oh no, my hollow, my frogs! Cheering up Akora will have to wait, Escala. We've got a bigger problem on our hands.
The waters flow again.
As much as I want to cheer up Akora, Escala, taking care of these poor frogs is a bigger priority. For the Red Dragonflight, preserving life always comes first.
Honor all dragons.
Oh, those hornswogs make me so mad. Kashki stomps her foot angrily, knocking her glasses askew. They're big, greedy bullies. Just because the place is named after them doesn't mean they get to jump all around and eat everything smaller than them. Here, use my jar of fireflies. It's a frog minder's best friend. It'll calm the frogs enough that you can collect them, and we can get them out of harm's way. And if any hornswogs get in your way, don't be afraid to bully them back.
For dragonkind.
Okay, you have a firefly story?
I do. So my friend Zeno was showing me a mod pack. By showing me, I mean they're playing it in VC and struggling quite hard, so I popped in for emotional support. And one of the mods added fireflies, who are like Minecraft bee size.
Would not believe
They're not like the
your
little
eyes.
guys. So we fell in love with the fireflies because they were quite adorable, and like, who doesn't love fireflies? I love fireflies IRL. They're one of the few bugs I'm not scared of. And so we befriend some. And by friend, I mean, as ties one to a friend's post. And, okay,
As you do.
there was actually a whole adventure leading up to that part, actually, which was the mod pack had immersive portals, which is when you have a nether portal, you can see through into the nether and like jump in and out without a loading screen.
Ooh.
And so stuff can just be like thrown through the portal and you can see it on the other side. And you can just like hop back and forth. It's extremely strange, very laggy, but very impressive as something that exists in Minecraft. What we befriended a firefly because one of them just kind of flew into the portal and got lost in the nether. And we had to just try and like do a rescue mission of getting the poor guy back out into the overworld. And so over the course of that, we get very attached to this little firefly who has seen hell itself and has come out unscathed. And so we've become very loving of this one firefly. So Zeno ties into a friend's post with a lead, and we spot another firefly on the island, on the world. So we're like run over to go and befriend that one too, and suddenly it's gone, and we can't figure out what's going on. Like it just kind of vanished. And so we're just kind of talking about it as turns around to go back to the friend's post, and literally like mid-sentence, right in front of our eyes, the first firefly vanishes in a puff of smoke as the sun rises. And we're just standing there in shock and alarm. And that's how we found out that in the, I think it's a Natura mod, Natura, whatever, that fireflies disappear at sunrise.
Oh.
No matter what. They just despawn.
Oh.
And so we started a villain arc. Okay, that's my funny firefly story.
I just want to say, I don't know if anyone noticed, but I like how when I beat up the horde swags, once they give up, they kind of have like a little tongue poking out.
Aww.
Whew, all the frogs we helped are in the carrier.
May the flights
All the frogs are rounded up, Escala. I guess we're taking the frogs to Akora anyway. They'll be safe at the life pools until the hornswogs get bored and move on. Well, I guess we didn't find anything to cheer up Akora. I hope she understands.
for Dragonkind.
I'll run ahead and let Akora know what happened. Meet you back at the life pools. Home is where the frogs are. What a good quest name.
So true.
Whee! Thunk. Oh, Escala, over here. The frogs are a little rattled, but they should be alright. Just box of frogs. Release the frogs. Whew, that's a relief. Sorry we got so swept up in this frog business, Akora. It's alright, Keshki. Life comes first. Hey, do you hear that? All the creatures we helped, calling out in harmony. Like a song.
Aww.
I never gave up hope.
I guess the legend was real this whole time. Keshki grins, looking bashfully at Akora. And maybe we're, both pretty good at tending life after all.
Aww.
The waters protect.
The dragon spirit must be happy with our work. The wildlife certainly is, but I think that's what really counts.
Hello, sir. Goodbye, sir. That's sweet.
Anyway, lesbians?
Lesbians. Nobody is cishet in the Dragon Isles.
True.
That's just a matter of fact.
True.
Have you told Chad about White Boy?
No, but I could. Oh, I need that image of White Boy.
Yeah, let me regale you with the saga of White Boy. So, Jorb bought me Dragonflight. And the first thing I do, after a lot of consideration, is I make a Drakthir. Because I really wanted to. That was like one of the main reasons I kept wanting Dragonflight. And so I finally made one. And Jorb made a temporary Drakthir to accompany me through the starting area. And as I'm loading in, he says he's made the worst Drakthir ever, and I start to get concerned. And so let me paint a scene for you. You wake up after like 12,000 years of stasis. The world around you has crumbled and fallen apart. In front of you is one of your close friends, also frozen. You wake them out of stasis as well, and the two of you immediately start looking for your other friends. And you jump over the ledge and you glide down, and standing in front of you is the most naked white Drakthir you have ever seen, who is horrifyingly smooth, and he starts dancing at
Like a
you.
shark.
This was my encounter with White Boy, who is
Depicted on
just the
screen.
most Drakthir of all time.
It's like if there was an option that I could set to no, I did. No horns, no things that aren't horns. I don't know. I don't remember what all the options were. No spikes,
Ears, frills.
no ears, no frills, no spikes, no nothing. Just the most
Solid
featureless
white.
Voldemort-looking Drakthir you've ever seen.
And so we're just going through the starting area, accompanied by White Boy, who at one point gets upgraded a couple times. First to the title Crashin' Thrashin' White Boy. And then at some point, Jorb transmogs what little armor he has to look the worst. And it's just generally an experience, because like the NPCs like say your name during critical dialogue. Let me find my favorite one from that. Let me scroll up real quick.
I can put it on stream too.
Why is White Boy not allowed? What? Add permitted term White Boy.
And
What?
permitted term White Boy.
Add permitted term White Boy. And then I have to scroll up quite a fair bit because I thought there's the Game Awards, so this one channel was flooded.
He wasn't Blue Eyes White Boy Dragon, he was White Eyes White Boy Dragon. I set him to be blind in both eyes.
There's so much fun one in chat.
Oh my god, do you have the T-posing part as well?
Oh yeah, I have yeah, let me so first off, the excellent screenshot I have is of text saying, "Please, White Boy, save all of my people that you can and honor the memories of the fallen."
Please, White Boy.
Please, White Boy. So we're just dealing with that the whole time. And then finally we get to Stormwind. And like we rock up to Rathian like, "Hey, teach us how to be human, please." And I put a lot of work into my Vicious form. Like Jorb watched me work on making my Drakthir. I put a lot of thought and like cross-examining several pieces of artwork I have of the character they're based on and stuff like that. So I'm pretty happy with like seeing my Drakthir in human form. And I turned to look over at Jorb, who said, "Hey, I sold all my clothes to give you more money." And I see the Worst Man. And I see the Worst Man flying straight at me because Jorb discovered you can still hover while in human guise.
There we go,
And
on stream.
I'm just in shock as this fucking thing, just an 8-foot vertical leap right at me and soars past my field of view.
Behold.
I'm beholding. I believe the end to the saga is that, according to the very real and true lore, Rathian punched White Boy in the nuts and he fell into the Stormwind canals and died.
Yeah.
And that's the story of White Boy. He's dead now. I'm so sorry.
I got him with his horrible gear.
Yeah! White Boy.
White Boy.
White Boy.
on bonus.
I still really dislike how yeah, how the belt buckle like smokes and sparks and grinds because it looks like he put it in a blender, blenderizing himself.
Blenderizing himself. Thank you, white boy. Your aid is unexpected.
Thank you, white boy. Your aid is unexpected but appreciated.
Panda time.
Panda time.
Thank you for coming. The expedition is in desperate need of your help.
May your days bring
Wow,
you
I'm gonna need a lot of help to get out of this mess.
Oh, hello.
Butterflies.
Oh,
Farewell.
I've worked with many elementals as a shaman, but I've never seen any this aggressive. The expedition discovered a Titan vault here, but a barrier protects the inner
Ooh.
chamber. When we tried to dispel the barrier, I think we triggered some kind of security system. There were suddenly angry elementals everywhere. Many explorers were working in the dig site when the elementals attacked. Many of them are trapped, and none of them are fighters. Please, go down to the dig site and help them retreat.
Travel safe.
The Earth Elementals are not just trying to repel us, they're destroying artifacts and equipment too. It's as though they've been programmed to destroy anything Titan. We're holding them off, but we can't continue to study this site while they're here. Please, help us push them back so we can have some exploring room.
I hope to see you again soon.
I'm going down to the vault to establish a new safe perimeter. Once you've dealt with the elementals, see me at the vault.
PogChamp.
So
I'm
true.
gonna mute real quick to get some food. I'll be in chat.
Okay. This is not the correct spot to go to. Where am I going? Looking for men's to rescue. Hi.
What can I do for you? You got my attention.
Nice sunglasses. I was just minding my own business and wham! There are elementals everywhere. It started when they tried to dispel the barrier. Something's in there. Go to the vault. You'll be safe there. I don't know how to run! He says, running away. Okay, good job, buddy. You figured it out real quick. Whoop! Boing. Is it over? No, of course it's not. It won't be until we dispel the barrier. Even then, there might be something worse inside. Oh, I should not have left my position at the college. I'm rethinking my life choices. Don't hit me, don't! Oh, you're not an elemental, thank goodness. The elemental's on a rampage, going after us, going after our tools. I lost months of my work in one smash. What do I do now? I don't know how to run. I never learned how to read!
Well, Matt.
Yes, repeated dialogue. I should have stayed in bed.
Stay strong.
Good day to you.
Okay, now to fight some Angie boys. Rocks. And yoop. Fighting and killing and fighting and killing. Ooh. This orb of earth thrums with energy. Elementalist Taiyang might know what to do with it. Orb of primal stone. Oh, I can't mine the earth elementals? Rude. Squishy. Keenan, guy who literally fought up the apocalypse. Cowards! Keenan's a lore walker. Which is Pandaran for big nerd. He is a Titan specialist. Dragon Isles, he would love the Dragon Isles, honestly. Whee! Spinning! You know what? I need to pull up the original text for Bladestorm real quick. Just because I think it's so sad that Blizzard didn't keep it. Googling furiously. Where is it? Come on. Come on. This is very important, trust me. Alright, so after the part where it's like finished describing this stuff, it's like, while under the effects of Bladestorm, you can move but cannot perform any other actions, but you do not feel pity or remorse or fear, and you cannot be stopped unless killed. There we go. That was in-game as the part of the description of Bladestorm. Did that just lightning strike an elemental that just as it spawned? How do I keep doing that? Is that a trinket? Probably this versatile storm lure trinket.
Tell me of your travels.
Everyone's safely within our new perimeter. Thank you, Escala.
May your days bring you joy.
That should be enough to solidify our position here. Good work, Escala.
I hope to see you
I can
again.
feel the elemental energy stored within this orb. You may have found a solution to our troubles here.
Farewell.
The orb of primal stone is a fortuitous find, but Acadia and Teshara have conflicting hypotheses regarding the barrier. I have my own hypothesis. Perhaps with more elemental orbs, an answer will become clear. With this player just on the other side of the barrier, don't worry about it. One of the explorers saw an oversized water elemental in a nearby cave. Defeat the elemental, and perhaps you will find another orb.
Travel safe.
Actually, I once flew in here, and I just flew in so fast with dragon riding that the barrier didn't have time to load before I was on the other side.
Great to meet you.
Elemental orbs, eh? If there's earth, there's bound to be fire. The primalists over near to Hornswogg nests are reshaping the land with lava. If anyone has an interest in the orb of primal flames, it'd be them. Take them out and see if they have anything useful. Air is a powerful element. It cuts through stone and fills sails to take us where we need to go. My hypothesis is that air will be the most effective at removing this barrier. It's simple, really. My scouts report they found the orb of primal gales. Scout Vital can lead you to it. You can find him near Hornswogg Hollow. Quickly!
Hold your head high.
Alley-oop. Spin! Hi. Plonk. Ah, I'm being whirlpooled. Oh, got some Rousing Frost. And the Orb of Primal Waves. You know. It's less important, obviously. Oh, There's a rich silverite deposit in here. I gotta mine that. That's right, I'm a miner! Look at these elementals minding their own business. What are you doing, bud? You lasering that wall? Hey, I can specialize now in mining. So I can go for this, or I can go for... Yeah, let's refine our ores to higher quality. So this is a mechanic. Specializations. You can spend knowledge that you get to learn profession talents, I guess you could call it. Hi, who's you?
And we're back.
Hello.
Oh, bye, next.
Want the honor of assisting world-renowned head geologist of the Dragon Scale expedition? That's right. I'm exactly who you think I am. And I'm in a bind. I was perusing this river for new sedimentary samples, but then the water started to walk away with the most interesting pieces of silt. I have here my patented water entrapment device, but it's in desperate need of someone to march around and sample those elementals into it. Think you're up to the task?
Take care of yourself. No one else will.
That's a sentence. Like, I honestly got the impression that this person is not who they say they are, but I don't think we ever find out who they are otherwise, so...
Huh.
Tiny drop.
Tiny drop.
Tiny drop. Whee. Oh, this device is a hodgepodge of multiple functions, but a large red button makes it easy to use. Give me your silt. Apparently. Oh, my mining gear. I've got my hat.
No. Hat.
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 Hey. You can't just dodge.
Rude.
Oh, now they're all tiny. It's like, oh, you
Small
siphoned all of them, right? You totally did.
Smalled.
Smalled.
Trade. What did you bring me?
2 legs, you look sharp. Sharp enough to know when an opportunity arises. This is yours. Back up before you ruin my perfectly good geological samples. You have 2 legs yourself, you know. Hey, that's your problem, not mine. Get to using yours before those elementals ruin my samples.
Being resourceful.
Yes, that's it. That's the composition I was looking for. Thank you. Finally, someone knows when to listen to me. Do me a favor and don't mention this to anyone back at base camp, got it? My thesis is still in progress, and I'm supposed to be writing about volcanic sedimentary sources. I'm sure you can understand, yeah?
Remember, everything has its use.
You're suspicious.
Anything for me?
Sus.
Sus. Amogus?
That was more of a strain than it was supposed to be. Look,
You
one sec.
good, buddy?
One sec, die. I'm okay. I drank milk.
I found a special cavern. Oh, Cascarite, hello. Okay. I don't think this
I'm
is.
fine, Hazel. We've done worse.
I think this is not even the only place we've run into this specific NPC with a rich draconian deposit being like, get your own. There's a shovel here in case you manage to stay inside the cave long enough for the wall to respawn, so you can teleport. And your further clarification: if a miner opens the wall, someone without mining goes inside, the wall respawns, the shovel is so they can get back out. Hey, over here. We found the orb of primal gales, but made the wind go berserk. Where is the orb now?
I do not fear
Francisco had it a second ago. He's just up ahead. Oh no! The winds have been stirred up and we can't fly. We have to actually go through this puzzle.
Oh no!
I'll call it puzzle. Maybe better word would be obstacle course. My head just keeps spinning. I had the orb in my hands. It spun me in circles and made all these whirlwinds. Where is it now? The orb is on the ledge over there. Please get the whirlwinds to stop. If I had another, I'm gonna... You're undead. You don't have a stomach, probably.
That makes it worse. Sorry, I just saw that guy get flung. The Jorb is on the ledge.
The Jorb is on the ledge. True. Whee!
Woohoo!
Ah. Ah. Huh. I guess we're the master of winds.
Woohoo!
What are we, Link Wind Waker? Bro! Try to mine here.
Sir? Cozy Hornswog.
Carefree, Hornswog. Oh, we got a fragment of the Jorb fire also. That's nice.
Nice.
I should probably not walk through the lava.
Probably not.
Let's just fly out of here. Cozy.
Cozy.
Unbothered. In his lane. Flourishing.
Flourishing.
This was just sitting in the lava. Apparently they're lava proof.
Good for him.
Flame flick. You sit in tree. How? Haha.
Aha!
We're Klonoa now. I only just saw that in chat. Yeah, you're like semi-official chat monitorer because I play game.
Yeah, I got my eye on chat always.
Wahoo!
Wahoo!
Remember when I streamed Klonoa and I was bad at it, and then the moment I'd like turn the capture off and played on my own, I'd do great?
Yeah.
It's like, huh, I guess the lag does matter.
Shit, I still gotta play Klonoa too. My Switch is like right next to me. It's on my side table. I just haven't played it since I got back from vacation. I have Splatoon 3. I haven't played it yet.
You should. I'm gonna do more Big Run later today.
Oh fuck, Big Run. I should probably join for Big Run at least. I was going to do the last Splatfest, but I just crashed, energy-wise.
Orb produced.
Woo!
Meow. Oh yeah, the barrier wasn't there for a second. I could have gone in.
Do
May your
Have you
deeds
found the
you get
scout?
stuck?
Nah, yeah, I think you could just walk right back through it from the other side till it's solid on one end.
Oh, okay, that's good.
travel safe.
Teshara stays above many tasks, preferring to delegate. I can see why the Orb of Primal Gales interests her. I'll hold on to it for now.
Farewell. I hope to see you
Acadia
again
had a lead on the Orb of Primal Flames. Have you found it?
soon. Farewell.
Ah, the Orb of Primal Flames. It is as vibrant and fiery as Acadia. Hold on to it for now.
Travel safe.
The elemental of another orb. It must be like water, ready to adapt. Thank you for bringing the Orb of Primal Waves to me.
I hope to see you again soon.
Upgrade! For the first time. Epic upgrade. We now have 4 elemental orbs. Let us see which hypothesis proves fruitful.
Farewell. I hope to see you again soon.
Let's test each of our orbs on the barrier. Great! We all know that the orb of primal flames will burn past the barrier first. It's not working! Of course it isn't working. You need the unrelenting force of air.
With all your powers combined,
This-
I am Captain
This
Barrier.
isn't working either. Perhaps the orbs will overcome the barrier only when used together.
Yeah, see, Taeyang's got
Yes.
it.
Ascala, use the orb of primal stone while I use the orb of primal waves. Why'd they all stop?
Nope.
Hey,
they had to think
that's
about
working.
it.
Hold on just a second more. This power. It's a good thing all these orbs were in close proximity to each other. The barrier is
Yeah.
down. We did it.
The orb of primal earth was quite bad, I have to say.
I like that this quest is called Let's Get Theoretical.
Yeah.
My original hypothesis stands firm. The elements are more effective together.
May your days bring you
Now that the barrier is down, let us explore the vault.
travel safe.
Look at all the artifacts in here. What is that over there? Oop, looks like a Dracthyr died in here. Waking.
Oop.
Threat to the records detected. Assessing danger. Accessing protocols. Be careful! Your disorder must not continue. That is how they tend to talk. Encountered fatal error. Record. Great work, Scala. Now I can work in here safely. That watcher distracted me from the tablet. Would you get a rubbing of it, warrior? Oh, that tablet will be a treat to translate.
Archaeology.
Let's return to camp for now, Acadia. Ascala will meet you there. Well, there's all this stuff in here, and you're like, yeah, well, you only want the tablet.
Yeah, what the hell?
There's books!
There's books!
There's probably Agent Titan books!
There's books!
There's a lot to examine in the vault, but we should start small to be safe first. Should you?
I guess.
May your days
I think we'll be alright now, Ascala. Thank you. It's time for the expedition to dig deeper. Taeyang laughs brightly. Just a little shaman humor. Too soon? Hey look, a Polon! It's worse than the one we have.
Yay!
But we'll take it out of principle. Oh, it upgraded. And it's still worse than the one we have. The tablet starts out with a list of names. It's a record of a meeting between Tyr and the flights. If only it weren't more than a partial piece. We need more context. The vault is full of artifacts. We can find more context together. Aye, you're right. This is just the start. The power of teamwork apparently is our moral lesson.
What do you
Yay!
Grog Thickfoot. Sorry, Grok, not Grog. The tablet contains the B-movie script.
According to all known laws of aviation, there's no way a dragon should be able to fly.
The dragon, however, flies anyway.
Because dragons don't care what titans think.
That's just Razageth.
The Isles have awakened.
How could Varus have this many mischievous flying children around and not a single net?
We meet again.
Put the baby in a net!
Hello. You have children on you. Are you aware of this?
Are you aware of this?
Gave up hope.
Please excuse our mess, Scala. The whelps have learned how to unpack their own toys, but putting them away is another challenge entirely. Do you know any interesting facts about whelp rearing? Whelps shed their scales more frequently when they're young, and gradually shed less as they mature. As such, they have more tender spots than older drakes and need to be kept from playing too rambunctiously with each other. Whelps who are too feisty should have their claws trimmed regularly.
Dragon facts.
Dragon facts. Most of a whelp's diet consists of cooked meat and eggs, cut into small pieces. When they're a bit older, they can add insects, bones, and small crustaceans to their diet as a crunchy treat. For fussy whelps,
treat.
or as a reward, honey can be used sparingly as a sweetener.
Aw.
Rathion's problem is he never got any honey as a sweetener. When whelps are teething, it is preferred to let them gnaw on a piece of leather or bone. One can use particularly dense tree bark or cloth at a pinch, but most whelps can't stand the taste.
Aspects
You have any more?
for dragon.
I want to know more about dragons. It's important to provide a variety of activities for growing whelps to develop their fine motor skills. Taking off gracefully, landing with precision, and maintaining elevation in flight all require practice. Games are used to make it feel a bit more enjoyable. Plus, they love to race each other.
The waters protect you.
Alright, that's enough dragon facts. Thank
I love
goodness you're
dragon
here.
facts.
You may have noticed the bees on your way in. We must do something about them. No, not the bees!
The bees!
Last pack, please get her down from the tree. She's almost an hour overdue for nap time. I'm trying! The bees keep frightening her. Allowing your charges to roost in trees like common birds. How unbecoming.
Fall down.
Greetings, traveler. We shall do this again soon.
Just fall down.
Fall down.
Fall down. Oh, thank
Fall
the...
down, asshole.
Fall down. Oh, thank the Lifebinder, someone with empty hands. These gardens are normally a lovely playground for our whelps, but the bees have multiplied uncontrollably. The blooms returned with vigor, and so have the bees. The whelps are terrified,
Bees.
and the dragons are annoyed, and just yesterday one was stung and... Will you please gather up the bees and relocate them to the lake? Take the smoke diffuser, it will calm them down.
Bees.
The bees may put up a fight when startled, but you do not need to harm them. The smoke will put them to sleep after a few moments. And do try to be quiet about it. The whelplings hardly need to be distracted by an adventurer causing a scene. They are playing, Adazius, not studying. I'm sure they would love to watch a scholar cleaning up the garden for them. Which is precisely my point.
Fall down. Some stairs.
The bees scaring the whelps is not the only problem. While pollination is usually a good thing, the recent swarm has caused the flora to grow out of control. Would you mind taking my gardening shears and cutting back the shrubs? Some have already begun to sprout dangerous lashes, but I hope we can stop more from doing so. An ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure, after all. And I could very much use some prevention right now, Scala.
Aw,
Saints protect us.
poor guy.
Hello. Angry plant.
Oh, hi.
Bees, my god.
Bees, my god.
Get smoked, lol.
Bothersome
Oh, this one
bees.
didn't actually get smoked. It just got mad for no reason. Bee collected. Bothersome bees bagged.
Bothersome bees bagged.
Bees, my god.
Bees, my god.
Collecting the bees. Another day of saving the bees. Y'all remember those?
Vaguely. My brain's not working super well right now.
Flip it upside down and see if that helps. Like a USB
My
drive.
brain?
Yeah. Like a
Yeah,
USB
okay.
drive.
Someone put bees in my USB. That might be part of the problem.
Did your USB?
My USB!
I was like, if I ever have to ask, are we okay? The answer is probably no.
Yeah.
Man, just imagine in real life if you were doing your gardening and then the plant just gets angry and starts attacking you. We need to take more lessons from Lord Walker Cho on how to do it properly, I think.
Yeah.
This would never happen in Pandaria.
I think it does happen in Pandaria, actually.
Does it? Hello,
I feel like
guards.
it does. Oh, hello.
Spin!
Considering Pandaria has, like, manifestations of your deepest darkness spring out of the ground and eat your knees every Saturday, like, I feel like
Every
baby plants
Sat-
probably exist too.
Every Saturday.
Every Saturday?
Thank you, Escala. With any luck, the bees will have fewer reasons to be close to the whelps now. Oh, level 63.
Nice.
Unhinged!
Unhinged! Blaze Storm! Let's go.
I forgot to relocate the bees. Be free!
Be free! Oh, one sec.
Primal Ceravite deposits. Don't mind if I do. Oh, we got some rousing fire and some salt. This guy again. Come on, man. Don't be like this. Anyway, now that we're up on this high peak, let's put a flag down. A guy just mining in the background. Ore. I love to mine some ore. Delicious. Whee! Waiting for Dad to get back so I can. Sir? Coastal Salamander, I'm trying to mine a rock. All stored bugs have been exterminated painfully. Ah, down here? Yes. Dink. Dink. Ooh. Found some quality 2 ore. And we did. Oh, I have several of these. I can use these all now. Let's just put these over here. Now I have more mining knowledge to spend. Yeah, plus 10 skill on mining cyanide. Also, we can refine our ores into higher quality ores at 5-to-1 ratio. Leo will return from the war eventually. I hope.
And we're back.
Oh, you returned from the
Sorry.
war.
Yeah. I had to quickly do medication refill stuff.
Ah, gotcha. So
I'm gonna be good and not complain about it on stream. I'm being so good right now.
Anyway, I got some better ore mining abilities now, so I can mine quality 2 ore.
Nice. Love to see it.
Grace, shine.
Please tell me the relocation went well. Varus lets out a deep sigh of relief. Hopefully the bees will be kept busy pollinating the plants that are far away from our whelps. Thank you, Escala.
May the waters protect you.
New hat? Oh, I gotta turn off my mining gear. It looks the same, I think. I just don't have it hidden. You look a bit doofy, but that's fine. You. Veyros is diligent, but whelps have a way of finding trouble. Not mine, of course, but I suppose not every dragon rears their clutch to understand the gravity of their station. While I'm loath to encourage outdoor play over study, I will help you safeguard the garden more effectively. Take these seeds and plant them nearby. When mature, the blooms produce a fragrance that insects find disagreeable. The gardeners can help you, and maybe my bronze brethren if you mind your manners.
Man, this guy can shut
Please
the fuck
come
up.
down. Most of the bees are gone now. Look, I have your favorite, candied skitterflies. You do realize the whelplings will hide in the trees on purpose once you begin bribing them with sweets, yes? Come now, Odysseus. The little ones deserve a treat after the stress they've been through. Maybe yours would enjoy a snack as well. Certainly not. They're busy enjoying their books on advanced draconic poetics like proper young dragons.
Stinky.
Just...
Little guy.
Little guy. If you have time to spare, dear dragon, we could use your aid. You're fortunate. I always keep some sands of time in my pocket. It has many uses, you know. Convenient that all the spots to plant them are right next to bronze dragons. And that there's so many bronze dragons here.
Me too, Tobias.
Pardon the expression, bronze one, but do you have a moment to help? Just this one time, dear. Well, probably more than that. Bite, bite. Pardon the expression, bronze one, but do you have a moment to help? I just returned from a timeline where an orc did this. Promise you aren't starting an army, okay? Draenor joke.
Draenor joke. Man.
A bronze friend, could you lend us a hand with the sapling's growth? Not that I expect you to appreciate it, but the expertise in temporal calculus required to shift dimensional matrices forward this accurately took several thousand years to acquire.
Congratulations, you're a nerd.
If you have time to spare, dear dragon, we could use your aid. You have asked me to do this in 17 timelines so far. This one is by far the worst. Thanks, Veladorme. Could you let us have a sapling's grove? What a novel idea. I've attempted to do this to the whelps once or twice.
You probably shouldn't.
You probably should, or you'll end up with Rathion.
Yeah! Please, one Rathion is enough.
I'm rather surprised you do not earn more than a scathing reproach from Velodormi. She must be feeling generous today. I suspect the insect problem is now solved. You are welcome.
May your life.
That was kind of you, Adazius. Thank you for helping us keep the garden safe. It was in my own best interest. My daughters beg to return here every time we leave, promising to do their reading if I allow it, unless it behooves me to ensure they will not be in danger. Ah, so they're the ones bribing you. Quiet yourself before I send the adventurer to bring the bees back. No more skitterflies. You're going to ruin your dinner. Came out of the tree for treats.
Aww. This baby will learn to time travel for infinite skitterflies.
True. It's a bronze dragon, so true.
Yeah.
Let's see if I need any of these herbs. I don't need writhe bark. I think Rotham does. Bloom. These plant names are. And we've got Writhe Bark, Bubble Poppy, Saxifrage, and Bloom. Those are sure names.
Well, they're memorable at least.
Suppose so. Ascala! The Horde Striders! There's water mountains everywhere. We gotta help the Striders. What can you tell me about Horn Striders? You'd be surprised by how many birds are actually omnivorous. Horn Striders eat a lot of bugs and roots, but they also like fish and smell prey if it's around. Usually they graze on plains or plateaus and move on when they're out of eats. This herd started nesting, so they'll stay here until the chicks are big enough to keep up with the flock. Thanks for the Horn Strider facts. What else you got? Their stomach acids might not be very strong, but their beaks are nothing to laugh at. Bones break like twigs under a Horn Strider's jaw strength. That's why we keep our eyes on them at all times. They may not want to eat me now, but that doesn't mean they can't. Any others? Horn Striders are some of the fastest creatures on two legs. Having fewer toes on each foot helps them race along. They can't fly, but when they're running it sure feels like it. They use their wings to turn instead. I read so many books on Horn Striders, and I've wrestled the biggest baby thunder lizard you ever did see, but I don't know one thing about water elementals. Well, they're made of water. Elementals are killing the Horn Striders. I know how to wrangle large critters, but I never thought I'd have to go toe-to-toe with an elemental. These aren't anything like baby thunder lizards. Please knock down a few of them elementals. Horn Striders have a lot more sense than we give them credit for. They'll fight back if they have the means to. I may not know anything about water elementals, but I do know Horn Striders. I've thrown together a salve that'll keep the Striders healthy and ready to fight. I've never had a chance to apply it to a real Horn Strider, but I've done all the studying I can do. It's time to put on a brave face and lather them up.
Honor all dragons.
Give those elementals something to think about. Lather. Get lathered. Now it is an avenging Horn Strider. Oh, they fighting.
Oh, they fighting.
Oh, they fighting. Hey, rousing frost. The Avengers. Ba 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 ba. Violence. Love that. Yeah, I'll get caught intentionally. Spinny. Yeet! So true. Been yoked. Excuse me, droplet. I'm trying to mine here. Oh no, this bird has anxiety! Ica.
Yeah.
Spin time! Oh wait, there's more! Oh, I've got a massage. Who has massaged me? Bite. I'll go mining until he gets back. Mining detour. Ooh, Casgarite. This ore is defended. Don't want that. I'd like some nice unattended ores. Probably won't find it here. Oh, there's a race here. You know what? Let's do a race.
Isles have a
Welcome to the Emberflow flight, Dragon Rider. There's no course like the Emberflow. The lava falls in its route are dangerous, but they also have a sublime beauty. Would you like to try this course? I would.
aspects.
Check this out.
I'm back. Sorry. There's probably gonna be a bit of me popping in and out if things keep going wrong.
Okay, I'm doing race course.
Nice.
Oh god, the lag.
Oh god, the lag. Yeah, I'm fine. There was just an error. Because of course there was. So I had to redo stuff.
Of course.
Ooh.
Why wouldn't there be? Anyway, I love the Dragon Race music.
Yeah, this is so cool. Like, top to bottom, there's rules. Nice!
Gold. By like 4.5 seconds.
Wow!
Helps that I know the course.
Oh,
Of course.
Anyway, back to quests. Bonk.
welcome. It has
And I
been
thought I'd
so
seen it all.
long.
Would you look at how those little ones dropped in the spring? Turns out being a caretaker isn't so easy. Thanks for your help, Escala. I've learned a lot from you.
Continue to serve.
It's downright uplifting to see the Hornstriders take back their home. You brought them to them, Escala. Thank you for your help.
May the flights protect.
Thank you for your help, Escala. I know a lot about the Striders, but I have a lot to learn about the world they live in. Some seems books can't teach you everything. Just have to dig in and get some hands-on experience. Those elementals need to watch out. There's a new caretaker in town. Oh, I can turn Classic Quest Log back on. Because that got updated since last time. I love how Ysera is just there on the screen. Spoilers.
Yeah.
Spoilers. Also Rathion. Gee, I wonder who's going to be the next Black Aspect. It'd be so funny if it wasn't him. Anyway, we can finally go back to the main quest. Whee! Alex Straza has been waiting patiently.
I have lived to see them
I hope you're going to read what we do. Yeah, I definitely remember what you do. What?
We serve once
Oh. They forgot to give me the quest reward.
What do you mean the whelplings do not want to fly? This should be second nature to them.
Oh, it's over here. Okay, hello.
Hello.
Oh, I am glad you are here.
The dragons were gone from the Isles for quite some time, Escala. To tell the truth, some of our skills have atrophied as they were passed down from generation to generation. These whelps should be easy to teach, yet we're having some trouble wrangling them. Say, I've seen that even Majordomo Silistra trusts you with the most crucial tasks. Would you lend us your aid and help one of our young? Guide a whelp to eliminate stuff. So check this out. Womp. Please, Alistra, you love flying. I guess this is Alistra.
Hello, child.
Become child.
Become child.
Killing and killing and killing and killing and killing and killing.
You're feeling this shout of violence. Detroit, become child.
Such violence. I just want to know what involvement I have in this process of child killing, doing murder.
Yeah. Are you just communing with baby?
Drifting with baby.
You have instructed
Baby
this young
drifting.
one well, adventurer. As they grow
Apparently I've
and
instructed
prosper,
it.
So shall the shrine.
To kill.
To kill.
To kill.
To kill.
This will have no consequences.
I love the just rapid fire wing flapping.
It's pretty good.
Wheeling. There we go. Hello.
We called a strong to protect the weak.
It is good to see our young flying with such joy and liberty in their hearts. Thank you for helping them achieve that through excessive violence.
Your rival.
My queen, please, there's something here you'll want to see. That was no ordinary quake.
Is the land
Whoop.
shifting?
I sense this may be much worse. A storm.
Hi, Razageth.
Oh, hi. Tiny arms.
Major Domo, protect the eggs below while I distract Razagath. She will not harm our young.
There she is.
There she
Razagath, the
is.
Storm Eater, one of the incarnates.
What is your name?
As much as I wish to follow my queen into battle, I must prove worthy of her trust to protect the Life Shrine. There are far too many vulnerable eggs to secure. If the enemy breaks through, all is lost. You can stop roaring, Mount. I'm sure our guards are mustering on the field to push them back. Speak to Commander Lethanak, and he will use your strength where it will be most helpful.
What is happening?
It just does that sometimes, uncontrollably. Yeah.
Baby wants to scream.
Baby wants to scream.
They dare strike at our home, our queen.
Yeah.
What's the situation?
I will use every weapon in my arsenal to stop these foes.
Protect your allies.
Razagath and her primalists have summoned towering earth elementals to break our walls. They must be stopped.
For the life.
Commander, what news from the front?
We've made some progress, Major Domo, but there's a lot of killing to be done yet. At ease.
I've made a dragon that screams.
You have.
My water bottle is empty.
Aw.
I need to re-up my buffs. I have them, so I'm gonna use them. Another enraged Cliff. Cliff, the trap remover. That's a Yu-Gi-Oh joke. It's one of the Dark Scorpions.
Wow.
God, I love Yu-Gi-Oh GX. It just, I summoned the one and only Don Zalug. Puts card on dual disc, nothing happens. And when I say one and only, I really mean it. For my children, walks out onto the field. I am him. I attack you directly. I want it to be known that in the GX fanfic I'm writing / planning, he's gonna show up again.
Good.
Chaz is gonna have him in his deck. At least once. Like, look, I had a reason I needed Chaz to use some dark monsters. And I was going through, what dark monsters does Chaz own? I'm like, okay, he has the monsters he used in his very first duel against Jaden. Like, Chthonian Soldier and stuff. And then I realized Don Zalug is also dark attribute, and I'm like, well, I can't not. Funny enough, I don't need to do anything special for him to use light monsters as well, which I also need him to use. Because, both the XYZ monsters, non-XZs, like the X-Head Cannon, etc., those are all lights. And funny enough, the Ojamas are also light. So he can, so if there's a monster that requires him to remove a light and a dark, he can sack Don Zalug and Ojama Yellow, summon a big dragon.
Oh my god.
What a thing. Sentient rock candy. Ooh, I got a Titan training matrix and some cloth. Unfortunately, nobody can be told what the Titan Matrix is. You have to see it for yourself. That's a Matrix joke.
Man.
Sorry, that's a The Matrix joke.
Dismissed.
Matrix, the.
Matrix, the.
Matrix, the. Oh, my brain is not okay, I think. These proto-dragons detest us. They believe we are a twisted version of dragonkind that is manipulated and chained by the Titans. They do not understand. Which is why they feel safe even as they throw their forces at our walls. They are mistaken. Take this spear, Escala. Kill our enemies.
Report back.
I can help you thrive here, mortal.
The Primalists have stolen our eggs for their perverse rituals. They must be stopped. Help us recover our eggs before it is too late. Mark each egg as you find them, Escala. I will ensure they are safely extracted from the area. The Primalists have torn their way into our home. We were not prepared for such an intense attack. Several got through. One of our Draconids ventured in to follow them, but he has not reported his findings. I fear the worst. I will stand guard. No more shall breach our walls while we draw breath, but you must stop those who made it inside. Go! And later. Much later. Don't worry about it, it's fine. There's no time pressure whatsoever. The reason I'm putting that off is because there is actually another quest that sends you to do that dungeon, so I figure might as well be efficient and do it later.
You will not harm the eggs. I protect the life pools.
Pathetic tool of the Titans. You are no true dragon.
Nice, someone else is here. San Loenis. Jenkins.
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 Jenkins. Did you know Leroy Jenkins is in-game in Draenor?
I do. He's in my house.
Oh yeah, he's in your house. I thought we did that.
Yeah.
Oh. I got a staff.
Nice. This thing you can totally and will totally use.
It's got intellect on it.
Wow.
Your Uber is here.
Your Uber is here.
Uber for babies.
Baby Uber.
I wanted to combine those words, but thought better of it.
You baby.
That works. I was gonna do it the other way around and like,
Yeah, I thought about it like, oh, I see the problem here.
It was the only path to peace. The war that divided dragonkind had to end.
you baby. Get speared, lol.
Bonk.
Do spears usually go bonk?
They do in Warcraft.
Maybe you say so. Ow. No path available, come on. Get over here again. There we go.
Woo!
This one's made of rocks, kind of.
Cool.
Tiny arms.
I do like that design, especially the tail.
Yeah, he's got, oh yeah, it's like kind of floaty.
Yeah. It's really cool.
How does something made of rocks fly?
Gusto!
No, that's the Gale. That's the air. That's the air ones. They fly with gusto.
Ah!
You're welcome.
With rugged determination. There we go.
Hello. Kill.
Kill!
Steal this child. Spinning. I think it's very silly that they would be dwarf primalists, given that the Earthen were created by the Titans. And then, of course, the flesh turned them into dwarves. If not for the Titans, dwarves would not be here. You cannot complain about the Titans.
Yeah.
You're stupid.
We were meant to be the guardians of Azeroth. The forces you seek to unleash will imperil us all.
False queen. It is your blind allegiance to the Titans that threatens this world.
Razageth, when she finds out that Azeroth is a Titan. Oh no! We have to blow up the world to save the world. Just gonna fill the bar here because I can. Also, there's ore over here and I want it. Yeah. Oh, that's not real. That's apparently how my brain chose the phrase, that's not part of the objective. That's not real.
That's not real.
That's not real. Volpera Primalist, you must be a new recruit.
You must be new here.
There's just little bits of floating rock.
I do love the landscapes here.
Night Elf Primalist kind of makes sense, sort of. But also not, because... like, Ysera.
Yeah. Oh god, just remember the Teldrassil thing and now I'm angry all over again.
Oh yeah, when I told you the whole story behind Elune's involvement or lack thereof in that.
Yeah.
My queen.
Yeah.
They may have been our kin, and perhaps we could have approached them as our brethren. But their cruelty leaves no mercy in my heart. Nearly done. Dzadzageth, one of Razageth's foul lieutenants, proudly leads the Primalists here. Let us show them all what happens to those who stand against us.
Lightbinder be with you.
For a second, I was like, "Are you gonna fight back?"
Just
Also,
chilling.
there's gonna be a cutscene after we kill this thing, and then it's by the time the cutscene's done, he'll have respawned.
Razageth, enough! We need not fight another war. There is still time to see reason. Time is precisely what you stole from me. Thousands of years rotting in that prison.
I failed then to restore peace between us. Too many paid for that.
Spare me your sanctimony. You forced the Titan's edict upon us all. You betrayed the world that gave us life. And when we dared resist, you cast us out. Never again!
Crunch.
Crunch.
Your false reign must end!
Get bodied by a 12-year-old idiot.
You are bold,
Here comes the Teenager Express.
but you are fighting on the wrong side. She never told you the suffering they inflicted upon us. The insult of being forgotten. I want her to watch helplessly as everything she built comes crumbling down. Only then will she meet a fitting end.
So then why were you just trying to kill her? And then change your mind about it. See, look, respawned!
Yup. I just want to beat the shit out of Alex for fun.
We call
Our
the
queen!
strong to protect the weak.
The Queen!
From what I saw, the queen fell back to the wild hatchery. It is an outpost to keep watch over the protodrakes in the area. I only hope that its defenses are enough. We must head there at once.
Our queen awaits.
Hold on. Oh, hold on, side quest.
Yup.
I'll ask again. Are you sure I can't do anything to help? No, sit, rest. I have everything under control. Always.
Do you?
What can I do for you?
I tried to tell Vivesi that I could pull the wagon out of the mud. But no, he insisted on using magic to get it out. And now look what he's done. While I try to talk sense into Vivesi, can you run up the hill to base camp and let Cataloger Wolford know that he might need to ship another crate of camera supplies over from Borealis? Tell Cataloger Wolford that its new supplies won't be arriving anytime soon.
Keep the queen.
Oh no.
If you just set it down, I could carry the supplies up the hill myself. Nonsense, I'll have everything back in place any second now. No rush, friend. This suspension magic tickles. You're quite correct, dear brother. It is most wondrous. Well, at least they're having a good time. Whee! Thunk. Not a problem. I packed plenty of spare film in my carry-on.
Remember, don't feed the wildlife. Enjoy the
Okay, I'm trying to remember how much of this is quests from now and quests from level 70, but I'll pick them up. So, you want to be a seasoned cataloger like me? You've come to the right place. The Wild Preserve is teeming with knowledge waiting to be found and filed. And how do I do that, you ask? Why, with my handy Catalogizer 3000 Dragon Isles edition, now with improved motion capture. To gain experience, photograph a proto-dragon egg, a whelp learning to fly, and a hunting proto-drake. Meet me at the ancient proto-dragon skeleton west of here, and I'll assess your photos.
Hope to see you again soon.
It's a one-of-a-kind camera that I give to you, dear adventurer. Now you can follow in the footsteps of great catalogers, such as myself, that have blazed the trail before you. Hi, Doc Manners.
Doc Nanners.
So apparently Ramoni can just speak. I wonder if they're related to Hosen. It would make sense.
Maybe.
Today.
Daddy!
Ahoy!
Look always to the
Yay, I got a reputation reward.
smooth
Yay!
Supplies.
Good day to you.
I could buy a shovel. I'm not going to, but I could.
But you could.
safe passage to you.
I could use your expertise. I have answers. if
Welcome
you
to
have
Base Camp,
questions.
Scarlet. The lady has a really nice voice actor, by the way. It took Toddy and me a while to settle on the perfect site to establish camp, but I couldn't be happier with our selection. Easy access to ruins, proto-dragon breeding grounds, and of course the dragonflights. Why not take a few minutes to explore the camp and meet some of the suppliers helping to fuel the expedition?
Let me know what you find.
Now, which part of my library should I teleport in next?
Take a look. I sell all manner
You're
of
uncovering
wares.
incredible insights into the historical biology of proto-dragons. Behold, a vendor.
You will
Wow!
Wow!
How are ya? Great to meet you.
You gotta help me! Doc Nanos keeps sending his little Mormoni friends to tug on my beard! Take one with you!
See you soon. Interested in a lesson or three? There's nothing I can't scale.
I'm not gonna read all the dialogue for this because there's so much. Did I not unlock that? Oh, it did.
Interested in some fine goods?
Our artisans are working on everything from shovels to robot ducklings.
We'll have plenty.
I think as an engineer you can make those.
Cool! Ducks!
Admiral's favour, friend.
Today.
See what you've got.
Daddy!
Met me grandpap, did you? Well, don't believe all his stories. He loves to brag about the family.
Adventure calls, and we will answer.
Enough chatting. An adventure's out there waiting for you. Go find it.
Daddy!
Today.
Daddy!
Today. So fun to say.
Daddy!
Today. Oh, so this is a quest to go get something from Feldrazus. I'm sure we'll get that soon. Definitely. And that's in Azur's
Stoneheart,
Band,
Stoneheart.
which will also be later. I actually need to use the bathroom real quick, so entertain everybody while I do that.
Okay. I'm just kind of vibing, I'll be honest. I'm pretty tired. I have been loving watching Dragonflight so far, though. So I get really excited to play it when I have the energy to. Because, like, I have been vocally having reservations about the quality of Warcraft, but so far Dragonflight's winning me back over. It has felt downhill since the end of Legion. Like, the end of Legion was a pretty big thing for me. And then, you know, after the first brush at BFA, I got pretty, fell out of favor. And Shadowlands was just a disaster from start to finish. But Dragonflight looks good. It looks good, the quests seem fun, the characters are engaging, the story is really good. like from visuals to storyline to actual gameplay, it seems good. And so I'm kind of getting hopeful about it. Like, I don't know, maybe this will be finally the time for Warcraft to be good again. I hope so. I'm pretty tired. No, we've been live for 2 hours. Yeah, I've been playing like a shit ton of WoW during Legion, so I just kind of stopped playing during Shadowlands. Yeah, every now and then, like sometimes I'll show up on Polearm Challenge stuff if I'm in the same level bracket as Escala, which right now I'm currently not. But I nearly swung by if I had the right progression, which I don't. Like eventually, I just kind of show up and run around a little bit. I've got some top quality guys I care deeply about and need to do stuff on. Still gotta finish Suramar on Cat, I think, to work towards getting the appearance I really wanted for her. Cause she's a druid, and so I was gonna get like that cool fluffy tiger appearance you can get from the artifact unlock stuff. But I have to do Balance of Power, which is a whole quest line where you have to do like all of the mythic dungeons and do raids and stuff like that. And that takes a lot of time. And you know, it's very grindy, and I have to finish a certain plot line before I can even start it. And I haven't finished that plot line yet. Because that takes time and effort. But like, it's gonna be worth it. It's gonna be nice.
Hello.
Besides that, I just need to catch up Keenan on things. Oh, hi Jorb.
Hello.
Hello.
Oh, I forgot to put my mic down. There we go. What you talking about?
Rambling about how I kind of like Warcraft again.
Kinda.
And like all the shit I gotta do on my characters. I gotta finish Suramar on Cat to start Balance of Power.
Took a mighty blow. I will call for aid.
Oh, right. It's over here.
I will be fine, Celestra. The eggs?
Rescued, safe. None remain in the clutches of the primalists.
I love
I
Celestra.
am happy to see that I arrived just in time.
You're 12. Thank you, 12-year-old.
Rathian, you have my gratitude. Your aid was unexpected, but appreciated.
Thank you, white boy.
Just like White Boy!
An honor to stand with you, my queen. I trust your flight will now assist us in claiming the Obsidian Citadel from the Jarradin.
Of course we will, after we see to the safety of the eggs.
Surely they are secure now that Razagath has been driven away.
Oh, you do not know her as I do, young one. She has an unpredictable foe. For now, we must remain at the life pools and safeguard our future.
Our future? Or yours? The Obsidian Citadel was built to defend all of the Dragon Isles. You cannot abandon the legacy of my flight to the hands of our enemies.
I would have expected you to care more for the protection of helpless eggs, Rathian.
Yo.
Stay then. Tend to what matters most to your flight, and I will save what matters most to mine.
Did he literally just save her to try and get a favor?
What a douchebag.
I serve my queen.
All life is worth.
These eggs represent a new generation of dragonkind. They must be protected and fostered. Yet, my heart aches, and I worry for Rathian. I fear his stubborn determination will lead to folly. You have been a trusted friend over the years, Escala. Have I? Perhaps you can go in my place and help him. Seek him out of the Obsidian Bulwark, and please watch over him. There are so few of his flight left.
Yes, please, find Rathian. He will need your aid if we are to renew the Obsidian Oathstone.
Has Escala even met Rathian, actually? Like, before Dragonflight?
I don't think so. Optimistic whelp.
Optimistic whelp, learning to fly. I saw there's another quest around here somewhere. Oh, I know.
Somewhere.
This one. Hello.
You bring news?
It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. I appreciate having fresh perspectives in the camp. It's inspiring to learn from others, even my youngest students. Their minds are so inquisitive and new. But as their instructor, it's hard to find time to explore the preserve myself. I have projects to review and lessons to prepare. That being said, I don't mind if my exploration is through the eyes of others. I'm an explorer, nonetheless. Why are there so many kids here? The children? Why, they're the children of our Dragonscale expeditioners. Many wouldn't dream of setting off on a long expedition and not taking their children. And the Dragonscale expedition is dedicated to an equitable, explore-life balance. Refreshing, really. And it's good for the children, too. They're part of the first class of our kickoff initiative for Dragonscale scholars. Junior explorers made up of Dragonscale expedition children. Only those who show interest, of course.
JIDS.
Yes. Are they learning a lot? Well, that is a matter of interpretation.
Never.
I like the camp. I get to see Dad more often, and there are lots of animals around. Big ones and small cuddly ones. It's way more fun than Stormwind. To disobey the adults means to disobey the gods. I don't want to be exiled, but you should stand with your tribe, right?
Bye-bye.
Professor Tyrgon always makes us pledge to the KIDS code. First, we must pay attention to our elders. Second, we promise to not ingest, distress, or caress any wild animals. Third was, we shall not surpass the limits of the camp without permission. He says if we break these rules, we can get in trouble. I hope we're not breaking any rules.
Sky is amazing.
I don't care if they call me a snitch. I'm gonna tell if they do something to get us in trouble again.
Can we play later?
Excuse me, warrior. You look brave, like a brave researcher. I need some help with my junior research project. Can you help me? Oh, please, please, please. I need to talk to someone who knows proto-whelps, like the ones that live in the wild preserve. Are they as angry as the big ones? Do they bite or breathe fire at you? What if you petted a proto-whelp? Would they know that you're nice and trying to help them? I'm asking for science, of course. Tyrgon always tells us to test our hippopotato theories. I think they would like petting and it would make them feel good. Could you test that for me?
Aww.
So I have, more homework. Professor Tyrgon's lessons are super tough. He wants us to find out what proto-whelps, eat. Yeah. I already know the answer. It's river beast meat. Can you bring me a piece of river beast meat? Some river beast meat would be a great visual aid for my project. But it has to be a really good piece, okay? Like the ones from Pudgy River Beasts. One like a mama proto-drake would give their whelp to make them strong, because, it'll make Mr. Tyrgon happy.
Go smash some bad.
Do you think they'll help us with the... Shh! They're gonna hear you, Jin! Not at all suspicious!
These children are so trustworthy.
These children are so trustworthy. Tiny Salamander.
Tiny.
They are so small.
Tiny, tiny, tiny.
Oh, guys. They're like, what if we put all of the child models in one place?
So true.
I love that there's just maybe meat.
Maybe meat.
Maybe meat.
Maybe meat.
And you cook it into probably protein. And a higher level version is hopefully healthy. That's what you want to eat, right?
Oh, totally.
None of these river beasts have good enough meat. Oh no, I've angered the child.
No!
I apologize, child. Your collateral damage. Violence.
Violence!
Violence. Meow. That one just has an ear and nothing else.
Nothing else.
There we go. Extra delicious river beast meat. Meat? Meat.
Meast.
A tender, fat piece of river beast meat. Nutrient dense and perfect for a proto-whelp with tiny teeth and complex dietary needs.
Tiny teeth.
Tiny teeth. Horn Strider's Boots of the Harmonious. Egg. I use camera.
Bonk.
Cameras go bonk, right?
They do now.
Sleeping whelp. Pet,
Pet
pet,
baby.
pet, pet, pet baby.
Aww. Baby do like be pet.
I want to do. What about this one?
No, baby Angie.
Mama, help me!
Aww. Not all babies like being pet.
Not all babies like being pet.
What about this babies?
How about this babies? I'm bitted. I've been bite.
You've been bite.
I've been bite.
So babies will either enjoy it, scream, or bite you.
True. Like in real life.
Just like real life.
Oh, new appearance.
Nice.
Rune carving knife for rune carving. Have you? Let's see here. So theoretically in this spot, at some point, hey, my camera. Good enough.
Good enough.
Report whelp behavior. One whelpling called Protodrake. So, did they enjoy being petted? One whelpling bit me and flew away. One bit you? Oh no, that didn't hurt, did it? That's not good news. One whelpling called other Protodrakes to protect it. But big Protodrakes attacked you? That's scary. That's not good at all. One liked being petted. Also, they may enjoy being petted in this report.
Keyword may.
So, some proto-whelps like to be petted, but some don't? That's not good news. That's not good. What if this one calls its friends? Or what if it's mean? I mean, this lesson makes no sense. This homework is very difficult. Thank you for helping me. I'm sorry if you got hurt.
Child.
Mom says food makes everyone happy. Maybe you'll be friends with me then. I mean, we'll all be friends. And Professor Teargun won't give me a bad grade if I make River Beast meat part of my project.
Have fun.
Oh wow, that's the most delicious looking meat I've ever seen. My project will get the best grade. The Proto-Whelp will definitely want this. Oh no, I mean, everyone will want to copy me for the project. Smiles unconvincingly. Also, typo, 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 typo.
Typo in the group chat.
Typo in the group chat.
Now you fucked up.
Tell them, Yali, tell them. June, I said I'd do it. Sheesh. I know, I'm acting weird. I'm sorry. You probably guessed I'm not being truthful. I can tell you my secret, if you like, but you have to promise not to tell the adults.
Tell me
Okay,
a story.
I'll reveal my secret. Hop. But only because you promised you wouldn't tell anyone. Oh, there's more children I can talk to. There are a lot of funny insects here. My favorite is the skitterfly. They say they're very pretty, but the other kids say it's... I think they're very pretty, but the other kids say it's an ugly insect. You think that too? I can only be your friend if you like skitterflies. What do you say, Twinkle? When I grow up, I'm gonna be a bone researcher. I can find special bones and make the ground go boom like my mom. Open the crate. Please don't yell at us. I can explain. It was not my idea. See? This is why I would never invite Jolsai to my tribe. I'll tell you everything. Swear on Alpaca. Just let us feed the whelpling, please. Here, Mr. Whelpling. We have a delicious piece of meat for you. Why is it not eating? Come on, you have to eat. Maybe it's not hungry. I read animals refuse to eat when they're about to die. No, Saul! Don't say that! Poor little whelp. I don't want it to die. We must do something. Poor little whelp. It's all my fault.
Aww.
Afraid of you.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. We won't do this again. I swear on Alpaca. We didn't want to cause trouble, but if we told the adults, they would yell at us and we'd be in trouble, like we always do. What do we do now? Poor whelpling. It's all my fault. First, explain to me how this proto-dragon whelp got here. We were just very focused, studying when we heard a noise coming from down the river. It was a bad guy primalist herding proto-drakes, and he left his little proto-whelp alone and hurt. The adults were busy, and we didn't know what to do, so... we waited until the bad guy was gone and rescued the whelp ourselves. You could have gotten hurt, Iali. Oh, the same dialogue again. This creature is too injured. We need a researcher to help. Okay, you're right. The whelpling needs it. I guess I should tell Professor Teargun? He's smart, and I've never seen him yell at anyone. Also, can we say it was my idea? The other kids did nothing wrong. They don't need to get in trouble. It was, all my plan. Okay, I'll do it. For the whelpling. Professor Teargun! Why is... Ooh? Ayali? They did what? Oh, these younglings. When will they learn? They could have gotten hurt or captured. It is very serious indeed. I'm going to speak softly so as not to alarm the children. This proto-whelp is gravely injured, and its injuries indeed look magical in nature, which is very, very concerning.
We will endure.
Judging by what the children have said, we might have a primalist prowling the wild preserve. This calls for immediate investigation. According to what other researchers have observed, primalists like to steal eggs and whelps to infuse them with power and corrupt them. That those that don't acclimate to the process suffer a slow death. Although the primalists seem to care. We need them out of the preserve. Attend to that, and I will try to distract the children. They must not know of this.
This too shall pass.
Did the Ollies say how long this creature has been suffering? It's too injured to eat. I need to treat it quickly. Normally, a Dragon Scale Expedition camp would have everything I need to help this whelp, but getting supplies to the frontier here on the Dragon Isles has proven tricky. There have been significant delays in our supply routes. But, fear not, the land itself will provide. If you'll bring me sunlight flowers, I can craft a soothing balm that will calm the rake so I can heal it.
Mano ekta, my friend.
Babies.
How do you like my Draenei accent?
It's good.
We just have to be fake Russian.
Let's supposed to follow these nuts.
Will it now? Oh, you're big.
Oh, big boy, big boy, big boy.
I just want a flower. Bye. Leaving now.
Goodbye forever.
Is there a flower here? Or is it up? It's up.
Whee! Oh.
Hole stuck geometry. Okay, I don't think I want to bother with Grodd the Ancient.
Sounds like a bad plan.
This one will do. I'm out of vigor. There we go.
I do like how they like swoop in from off screen. It's pretty good.
Typo in the group chat. There's another Primalist, but I don't need to kill that one apparently.
Just chilling.
Memory serves actually. Is it over here? No. There's another quest around here somewhere. Oh, I think it's over here. The signs of manipulation are everywhere. We must act quickly to end this. The Jarden here have become bold, finding flame elementals and letting them rampage through the area. The wildlife has fled. The elementals are dangerously close to our camps. Luckily, I've been able to construct a small bastion of stone to stand against this fiery tide the Jarden have unleashed. It will not fall. Gather the magical rings that bind these flame elementals. We shall use them to bolster our defenses against the flame elementals. You said flame elementals twice, girl. Nice. Double kill. Wow, they dropped them really easily. Alley-oop again. Easy.
The Naru have not forgotten.
Perfect. The residual energies of these rings can be turned against their creators to summon a construct under our control.
May your days be long and your hardships.
I have empowered a ward using the rings you collected. It has gathered the very stones of the earth around it, and created a living earthen defender to protect this territory. Test the earthen ward to ensure it's functional.
Be kind to those less fortunate.
Behold, a man.
May the light
Thank you for your aid, Scala. I will place more of these wards throughout the area to combat the Jorb and the elementals. Use these charms to activate them when you need assistance. I'm sure we'll definitely do that. There has been little time to rest. The elemental's assault is relentless. A moment of respite would be welcome, and allow me to craft more wards for our defense. See what you can do to thin out the onslaught at our perimeter. Talent point.
Woo!
Increases your damage with two-handed weapons by 5%. I enjoy doing Draenei accent. Flowering Inferno Pod. Oh, you're mad at me. There are too many errors in your UI. Good, love that. I love how it looks like it's the actual Blizzard editing, the actual Blizzard UI that's malfunctioning. It's malfunctioning repeatedly. Because you see how this number keeps going up?
Oh boy.
That number goes up every time there's an error.
Oh no.
As far as I can tell, this is their own UI doing this.
Oh no.
Oh, let me get this plamp.
Lamp.
Inferno Seeds, which is actually 2 Dragon Isle supplies. Let me just slash reload. I always think it's interesting that Kael'it Ghost decides to have his visage be a half-elf.
Yeah.
Considering there ain't many of those.
He wanted to be fancy.
The funny thing is, he's easily the most humble of the aspects. Like, there's a quest...
Does that Stormer have a dragon tattoo?
Say again?
It looks like that Stormer has a dragon tattoo on his shoulder.
I don't know, maybe. Lava Slug. Slugmas!
Lava Slug. Slugmas.
But yeah, there's a quest line in User Span, I think, where Kael'it Ghost introduces himself as Tuskar as simply being a mage.
Huh.
And then at the end, he turns into a dragon, and they're like, you could have told us you were a dragon from the start. Plenty dragon eat a soup.
Funny dragon eat a soup.
Like, here, have some soup. We gotta put some blubber on those bones. What? And then next time you see him, he is eating soup and making soup slurping noises. Funny dragon eat a soup. Also, I was tempted to tab over to Discord to look at it on my phone, but I don't seem to have any notifications, so...
Open your heart to the
It was a welcome moment of rest. In return, I have a gift for you.
seek the path.
Yay, now we have 20 earthen charms, and I believe one of these quests is repeatable weekly. We have no use for these charms presently, maybe later. We have more flowers to collect. While avoiding the big guys, like Kakad the Ancient. It says they're quest objectives, but I don't actually know what for what. Although, we did encounter in the Drakthir starting area the other day an NPC marked as a quest objective that is not used for anything, and I think it even has a subtitle that says, like, not implemented or something. I don't remember exactly what it was.
Yeah, it's like need ability or something.
Need abilities, yeah. Oh! Mining node despawned while mining it. It's like one of the rare ones, too. Rude. Hello, Grob the Ancient. I'm just gonna pick this flower. Don't mind me. Bye.
Don't look at me.
You wanna Google Grob? Look up Grob the Ancient on Wowhead for me.
Cool. How do you spell his name?
Grod, G-R-O-D. I don't know what he's a objective for. Happy Hunter. The Demon Hunter. Any results? Or does the internet also not know?
Hold on.
I would just search on Wowhead.
Yeah. He appears to just exist.
Cool. So if
Most of what I found was people complaining about him on the quest because he's a pain in the ass to fight.
Thank you, Ascala. I'm certain that was unpleasant. I'm sure you would prefer to limit your tasks to exploring and researching, but unfortunately, we sometimes have to get our hands dirty protecting wildlife from those who endanger it.
Never back down.
Terrific, Ascala. I hope these kids were able to learn something from you. Where did they get the idea that we wouldn't help them? Helping wildlife is part of our mission. Maybe our pedagogy needs a review.
This too shall pass.
Ascala, I require your assistance. I hope no one was expecting me to craft, subdue the whelp, heal, and teach these children all at once. Multitasking like that is certainly overrated. Now, you can start by using those flowers. I'll need a couple minutes to prepare myself to heal the proto-whelp. Hopefully, the children will find this incident instructional.
We will endure.
Alright, I can finally treat this poor whelpling. Enough suffering. Make a balm with those flowers and apply it to this creature's wounds. Terrific. Now, let's speed up these healing properties.
Bzoo.
Speak with me.
Wow! Whoa, it's so pretty! Are we gonna learn how to do that? What is that? Is that time magic? You're not a bronze
Great
dragon, are
question.
you? I don't think he's a dragon. It's flying! It's healthy! We saved the little whelp! Mr. Tiragon, are we, keeping it? What do you say, brave adventurer? Did they deserve it? Well, first of all, does it like being pet? No reaction.
Maybe it's indifferent.
You did good, Ascala. I'm keeping the proto-whelp here for a while to make sure the healing effects are permanent before its reintroduction in the wild. That will also give these kids a learning focus. What do you say of choosing a name for the whelpling? The children gave me these options, but I think it's better you decide. I don't want to be accused of favoritism.
Oh my god.
Top scale, Bob, Mr. Nibbles, Lord Firegiggle, or Baron von Swoopenbite?
Oh my god. Sorry, just reading it in that accent.
I know. Chat, what do you think? And by chat, I guess I mean Hazel.
Hazel, what's your input? The choice is yours. Baron, okay.
Baron von Swoopenbite.
Yeah,
That's what I
that's what I was feeling.
That's what I picked on my main as well.
It's pretty good.
Behold, Baron
Baron von Swoopenbite.
Pet Baron von Swoopenbite.
Pet.
Pet.
Baron feels neutral about this.
Great work, Escala. I hope the younglings learned a valuable lesson. Or a memorable one, at least. You'll keep the whelping here for a while, as I need to ascertain the best occasion for returning it to the preserve. I shall also make you an honorary brave researcher. Your commitment was essential for this creature's survival. I'll just advise you to tell me sooner if you see the children plotting something reckless again. Now, if you excuse me, I must reevaluate my pedagogy. It's clearly not working.
This too shall pass.
Children, what do we say when someone helps us? Thank you, friend. Thank you very, very, very much. Sorry for the trouble, brave warrior.
No.
Baron von Swoopenbite.
Baron von Swoopenbite.
Baron von Swoopenbite. Hold on, I'm just gonna head back over to camp because I unlocked something.
Woo!
Plonk.
My goods are exquisite.
Your help is greatly appreciated. As a show of our gratitude, I want to offer you one of my special excavation tools. I also have all of these available for trade, so come and see me again if you wish to complete the set. Should we get the chisel or a dagger? Let's get the chisel.
Do come again.
Come on.
Nice. Oh, Sarah! Hey!
Oh, posture check.
Posture check.
Hydrate.
Hey,
Thank
Sarah,
you.
how you doing?
What is your pleasure?
It's been a while.
Yeah, you just missed, we named over here Baron von Swoopenbite.
Little babby dragon.
Little babby, Baron von Swoopenbite.
Little guy.
Little guy.
I'm sad Baron is ambivalent to our actions.
Check out this gnome over here in heritage armor.
Yo! Pinky Boo.
Check out those goggles.
Yeah, big fan of those. Oh.
They've got like the
Baron.
Jeepers Twin Tails, but also some extra bits on the top. More drills!
More drills!
Baron von Swoopenbite. It's easily
I'm
the best
super
name.
tired. The exhaustion is starting to hit me.
Do we need to wrap it up soon?
Maybe I'm doing my best, but like
Oh, hey,
I'm
Dervishian.
flagging a little.
Hey, you!
Oh, Division!
Yeah!
Yo!
First character we meet from the starting area, I believe.
Survivor of White Boy.
Survivor of White Boy. So much to learn and record. We Drakthir have missed much while we slept.
Division!
These are wonderful. Just wonderful. Say, have you done this before? On another character, yeah. Well, now that you've cut your teeth in some starter shots, how about we move on to something a little spicier? I spotted a gorgeous proto-drake flying around the area behind us. Beautiful horns, scales crackling with electricity. Probably the work of the primalists, no doubt. But art is art. See if you can get a picture of the proto-drake and some of its eggs. You might have to climb up a bit to get a good shot.
Enjoy the result.
The Wild Preserve is one of the few areas where proto-dragons thrive. But the primalists are disrupting their nesting grounds by sending sorties to capture and experiment on proto-whelps and proto-drakes. It's a very long sentence. Show them no mercy. Locate these primalist poachers, wipe them out, and free their captives. The proto-dragon species depends on it. I mean, there's plenty of proto-dragons in Northrend, but okay.
Shrug.
Thunderbluff Steakhouse. Oh boy.
That's pretty good.
I'm sure the Tauren wouldn't agree.
Oh no!
That is the joke, I assume.
I thought it was an Outback Steakhouse joke.
I mean, it is, but also cows.
Oh no!
Click. Let's not actually do anything about this. We'll just click.
Click.
Click. I mean, one of the Blood Elf slash jokes, even back as early as Burning Crusade, was we're allied with the Tauren? Fantastic! We'll be having steak twice a week.
No!
Surprised the Blood Elves even know what a Tauren was before joining the Horde, frankly. They're kind of geographically distinct from each other.
Yeah.
At least before the events of WoW, where really, they've just kind of... Azeroth has opened up a lot. Everyone's just kind of all spread out after a lot of geographical isolation.
Yeah.
Now to photograph an infused Proto-Drake. Like, yo! Yeah! There we go, okay. Not you, not you. There's one here a second ago. It left. Well. Hey. There we go, right to the quest giver. Oh my god. We have Face Ripper, Blood Biter, and Tina. Oh my god, wait, Tina has a top hat!
Oh my god! Tina has a top hat! Oh!
Do you have any news?
Fantastic.
I'm so glad.
Don't die out there.
Video games! Oh, look at that! The colors came through beautifully. Looks like you're a pretty good cataloger already.
Hope to see you again soon.
Good. The Primalists remain a threat, but these dragons enjoy their freedom once again.
Remain steadfast.
Adventurer, over here. I have another assignment for you.
How do you do?
I haven't trained a photographer as good as you. That's still alive, that is. It's a dangerous profession. Speaking of dangerous, our final target is a large proto-dragon we believe may be one of the next apex predators in this reserve. Let's get up close and personal and take a picture. Use the vertical enhancement apparatus and photograph the slumbering proto-dragon. This is the vertical enhancement apparatus.
Oh my god.
Boing!
Big boy!
Wait, no. You're a bit too far away. Get closer. Still a bit too far away. Step closer. Don't worry. He's fast asleep. Yes. Perfect. Take the shot.
In real life, that would kill me. Water is not as soft as video games like to make it seem.
Surface tension will shatter your bones.
True.
Welcome to Fizz Springs Resort.
So totally unrelated, but you didn't see another camera up there, did you? You know what? Forget I said anything.
Remember,
Wolford?
feed the wildlife.
The Drakthea stands
This ancient proto-dragon must have been a glorious creature when it was alive. Perhaps the largest the wild preserve has ever seen. But it wasn't enough. Observe the skeleton more closely, so we may learn the story of its final moments.
fair skies and strong winds, friend.
Let's see, first one is severed spine. The dragon's severed spine looks like the death blow. Beaten, broken, What a terrible battle this must have been. A flame hot enough to char Dragonbone. It was either another proto-dragon of similar size, or something strong enough to threaten one. And cracked rib over here. A cracked rib. Not enough to bring down a dragon, but few things can. Look at these little enchanted tools.
Aww.
I love that there's a quest where some of these enchanted tools get scared and you have to go rescue them.
Oh my god, I love that.
And you have to give them a whistle or they'll run away from you.
No.
Down. So, a fight to the death with something just as strong. I wonder if it was protecting the preserve from intruders, invaders even. Thank you, Escala. It's good to remember the sacrifices of those that have come before us.
Remain steadfast.
With all that we've learned here, I can't imagine moving on without a memento. Would you be kind enough to take my picture next to the proto-dragon fossils?
Diplomacy first.
If you have a few moments, I'd appreciate it if you could get a picture of me with the ancient proto-dragon. Although we're different in many ways, I can't help but feel a kinship with this creature and its sacrifice. Thank you, Scala. Drakthir are a species out of time. Moments like these help us learn who we are.
The Drakthir.
Aww.
Someday, I hope to fight for my people with the same bravery as this proto-dragon in its final moments. Thanks again, Scala.
Fair skies and strong winds, friend.
Professional photographer.
Woo!
This person with two pets are the same name. Underbluff Steakhouse. Oh, Draconium deposit. Don't mind if I do. Up further. Up more.
Be tall.
What a spot to put an ore vein. You know, not the weirdest spot I've seen an ore vein.
Yeah, there was a floating one.
Yeah, I found one where it wasn't in this tree, but it was in a tree where the ore vein was about where my cursor was circling. It took me like over 10 minutes to land on the thing so I could mine it.
Yeah.
Because it was just flying. It's like, what are you doing up there? Oh, come on, game. Oh, no, we didn't like that.
Uh-oh.
You have been disconnected. You know, this happens sometimes.
Yeah, Kakashi has the dragon tattoo on Nozdormu.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's not a real tattoo. It's fake magic appearance tattoo.
But still.
It's as real as Rathion's beard.
Yeah!
You're thinking about it, all the clothes that they wear in their visage form is just as real as their flesh. It's part of them.
I'm not sure how I feel about that information.
Well, you don't like that their clothes are technically part of their bodies?
It's a little much to think about in detail.
The real question is, if you got like a tiny wound in visage form, would it like scale up in dragon form, or would it remain small? Or if you got a wound in dragon form, would it scale down to your visage?
Huh.
The game is trying. Give it a minute. Or maybe Blizzard says we're done.
Yeah, I think Blizzard has had enough of us.
Blizzard says, I've had enough of this guy. Or is it dude? I don't remember how the meme goes. Is it I've had enough of this dude? Or did enough of this guy? Doesn't matter.
Yeah, I've had enough of this guy.
Okay.
Sorry, my language processing shut off for a sec there.
Mine's never on.
Damn.
Checking the watch I'm not wearing. It's a nice loading screen, at least.
Yeah.
Though I do miss when they would have the actual, like, continent maps on the loading screens, like with Eastern Kingdoms and Kalimdor.
Yeah.
I think Northrend was the last one that had that. Not counting redone versions.
Yeah, I think.
Cataclysm didn't have a new continent. Then there was Pandaria, which I think just had Chen on it. Or maybe it was Mogu. Did it have Pandaria on the loading screen? I don't remember. It might have. It actually might have. I don't think Draenor had it on its loading screen. Man, I just realized I don't remember all the loading screens anymore. There's Legion. Legion had Varian on the Broken Shore, I know that. So Legion didn't have the continent on it. Should I just close and restart WoW?
Maybe. I don't think it's gonna work.
Take 2. Or take 3, I guess. Oh, is OBS not capturing it? Come on, OBS. You can do it.
Remember to restream also.
Oh yeah, that. Okay, well I'm in, but I need to get OBS to work now. Oh, there we go. It figured it out.
Eventually.
Right then. Violence.
Woo!
Spinning at you. Get spun at, idiots. I like how this is clearly a reserve, but it's like, just kill a bunch of them. Do it. Screw 'em. Like, I don't think this sort of thing is typical in nature reserves. Probably.
Sometimes you just need to kill.
Maybe we're the poachers. Demon Link. That's the name? Demon Link, Defender of a Shattered World. Seeing lots of that title around lately. Kill. I think we can probably finish Waking Shores today.
Probably.
Because it's another side quest chain after this. And then there's the rest of the main quest. We're getting there, we're getting there.
We're getting there.
Oh, why is that one level 70? The juvenile is level 70. Why?
Jeez.
Explain, America. Anyone remember that?
Yeah.
Why is this one Kansas and this is not Arkansas? What do you mean it's Arkansas? I mean, it's a valid question.
It really is.
This guy good? He's kind of just sitting there. I'm still taking damage. He's hitting me. He's just not animating about it.
Alright. Vibin'.
Hold on, I have another quest pack at base camp to get more stuff from Renown. What do you have for me now? Hi.
What can I do for you? Look always to the sea. Smooth
I have received this, which is actually 41 supplies.
Woohoo!
Wahoo! Now let's go bother Rathian for a bit.
I have gathered the Black Talon and we are preparing to take back the Obsidian
Emberthal.
No.
Your presence on this mission is most welcome. The Drakthir are formidable soldiers.
The Obsidian Citadel may hold secrets of my people's past. I would not miss a chance to reclaim it.
It seems our fate...
Ah, champion, your arrival is most fortuitous. With you here now, my plan will certainly succeed.
Never let your guard down.
There is much to be
I am Emberthal, a scale commander of the Drakthir. Rathian aided us after we awakened from our long stasis, and now it is my turn to help him. No doubt you have questions about my people and our history. Until recently, I did as well. But Dormu, the Timeless One, has revealed lost truths about the Drakthir. He granted me a vision of our origins, and why we were locked away. Let me tell you of the things I have seen. Oh right, so before Dragonflight came out, Blizzard released several cinematics on their YouTube channel of basically introducing Emberthal and her talking to Dormu and him showing her a bunch of visions. We're going to see the end of the last one here.
We will find our fate.
The rest you'll have to look up yourself.
Okay.
Nosdormu, wait! You have led me through all these moments in time. Yet now you ask me to guide you?
There is a blind spot in my vision of a time before Neltharion's corruption. and I believe it centers upon you. I must know why. Seek him out in your memory.
It was my honor to command a battalion. We executed Neltharion's will precisely. Our devotion and discipline were unmatched.
A Titan artifact? That must be the source of your unity. This was an ancient magic that bound you to his will. Would you not sacrifice yourselves at his whim?
We were soldiers. There were many threats to the world. And here was the greatest. The Primalists.
That is Razageth, the Storm Eater. One of the leaders of the Primalist Rebellion.
He struck without warning, without honor, and I lost many friends this day. We fell back, regrouped. Then, everything became jumbled, confused.
The artifact destroyed, and the order magic which had united the Drakthir was dispelled. How then was Razageth defeated? So, brother, this is what you hid from us. The moment you fell from grace. In his desperation, he turned to the deepest evil. The power of the old gods. If only we had known.
But then, why were we imprisoned? Why did we sleep for so long?
If he could no longer control the Drakthir, he would have deemed you a risk.
No. We laid down our lives for him. He was proud of us. Why would he stop this sand? I cannot see!
Because you do not want to. Yet you can only become more than you are if you confront your past.
So he locked us away. Forgot we even existed. It would have been kinder to simply destroy us.
I am sorry, my young friend. We had to know the truth. But do not despair. I now believe that Neltharion locked you away because of what you might become.
What we might achieve, free of his control.
And now, you are free. This world has much to offer, and you will have a part to play in the events to come.
You spoke of an ancient enemy's return. It is Razageth and the Primalists. That is why we were awakened.
It seems that Neltharion yet had a purpose for you, but he is gone. must decide which path you will take, which story you will tell.
My story will be my own.
Holy shit! That's cool as hell!
Yeah, they were some good cinematics.
Yeah!
I am ready to serve.
Now you know the truth. The past is the past. It is time for the Drakthir to seek a new future alongside the other peoples of Azeroth.
Stay true. Fair skies and strong.
Attacking the Jarden, controlling the Obsidian Citadel, will be no easy task. Even with Rathian and his Black Talon forces, this will be a fierce battle. Rathian may be confident, but I am not so certain. Perhaps we can speak to those helping to plan the strategy, and see if we can find any room for improvement.
Serve with honor.
You stand before the Black Prince.
For years, I have fostered the Black Talon, teaching and encouraging them to pursue the same heights you have reached. They may not have achieved the same lofty goals as yourself, but they are accomplished in their own right. They've made me proud. Each would be honored if you test their skills. I think you'll see some of yourself in them.
Azeroth faces many threats. Years of searching, and there it stands. My legacy. Once you've finished your assessment, we'll begin the assault.
Bye, lol. It's a side quest I need to go pick up. I believe it's over this way somewhere. There's no breadcrumb to it, you kind of just have to find it. Or if there's a breadcrumb, I never encountered it. Should be around here-ish, I think. Maybe? Yes. The emissary needs us! We've got to help her! We can't, Ingot. We barely made it out ourselves. The voice of Neltharion discovers we left. Well, if you don't help, I'll find somebody... Oh! There's a somebody now! Hello! A Worldbreaker needs your aid!
A what?
Ingot clears his throat and starts reading off his hand. The Worldbreakers welcome you. I am Ingot, third disciple to the voice of Neltharion, and I need help.
Who's this little guy?
Ask about the Worldbreakers. That's us! The Worldbreakers serve Neltharion in all things. Our elders say that one day soon, the Earth Water will burst from the sea and bring peace to Azeroth. We're here to help him when he arrives.
Mmm.
Nod politely. Some of the other disciples are very mean. Ingot rubs a fresh wound on his snout. It used to not be like that, but when Saganoth came, he said, we should value strength above all else. Now everybody fights all the time. I try to fight back, but their hides are too thick, and I'm too small. But not you. You must fight bullies all the time. Maybe you can help. Another outsider arrived yesterday. She called herself an emissary for the Red Dragonflight, and asked for an audience with our leader, the voice of Neltharion. But the voice got terribly mad. He said that the Earth Water was testing us, and that we had to execute her. I know we're not supposed to trust outsiders, but we don't have to kill them. Please, help me save her. They locked the Red Dragonflight emissary in a cage down below. I'll meet you there.
Little guy.
Take care of Ingot, outsider. He needs guidance and tempering. Why are you leaving the Worldbreakers? Worldbreakers. Pah! Once we called ourselves the Children of the Earth. Then the voice of Neltharion arrived. He spoke of the Earth Water's return and the Hour of Twilight. But it was all an excuse for cruelty. Those of us who defied the voice suffered terribly. Now we seek shelter, away from this madness.
Who are the little guys?
There's just some really small draconids. We have been misled. I'll travel to Ruby Life Shrine and seek guidance from Alexstrasza herself. They're just some little guys.
Little
They're babies.
guys.
We thunk. Over here. Reinforcements at last. Did the Major Domo send you? This hatchling asked for your help. Perhaps we can save the World Breakers after all. When we heard rumors of a Deathwing cult, Major Domo Silistra ordered me to bring these erstwhile Scaleborn back into the fold. We'd hoped it was a simple misunderstanding. Clearly, we were wrong. Their leader must be dealt with. But first, I need out of this cage. Find the key and bring it to me. One of the guards has a key to this cell. Find them. Be swift. I'll keep watch here.
You've angered a bird.
Angered. Swooping snitch.
Swooping snitch.
Well, you know what they say about snitches.
They get pulverized to a fine dust.
That's correct. They do say that.
They do say this.
They do say that all the time. I'm told this on a daily basis, word for word. Okay, so I know that Smith is this guy's title, like he's a blacksmith, but I'm thinking of it as his name. Hi, I'm Worldbreaker Smith.
This is my friend, Worldbreaker George.
Oh boy, I'm getting stitches.
No!
Crumbling pebbles.
Little guy.
Waddling. Hey Smith, how you doing?
What's up, my man?
Slicing. Winglet.
Winglet.
Winglet. Don't molten stone. Haha, get lightninged, idiot. Beating them up. Hi, Ingot. I saw a Draconid with fur the other day. He had flat teeth and huge horns. Ingot illustrates by spreading his arms as wide as he can. Those snaggle-scaled claws won't be hurting anyone else. The Earth Water thanks you. Oh, and me. I thank you too.
Aww.
He's adorable.
Little guy.
He's a little guy. He's small because he's tiny.
So true.
Finally, we must move quickly. Oh, my doppelganger materialized there for a second. But you're hurt. We need to get you somewhere safe. Not before we put an end to this farce. I may have suffered imprisonment, but the World Breakers barely spit an ember next to the Twilight's hammer. I should be grateful for that at least. The voice of Neltharion resides below, spreading lies amongst his followers. He appears to be a dragon spawn like me, but his draconic is clumsy, fit for the unscaled. I suspect duplicity, an illusion perhaps. If we can subdue him, I'm certain the truth will out. You mean the voice of Neltharion is Lying? Most certainly. And if he can reveal his falsehoods to your kin, perhaps the world breakers will change their ways. Hello.
That's a prep foot.
Yeah, I never should have left Trand. I came here looking for answers. These dragonkin want to help Deathwing end the world. They're preparing to sacrifice me in some ritual. I'll rescue you. Please hurry. So we need a Prepfoot cell key to open this cell. As far as I can tell, and as far as I've been able to determine on Wowhead, the Prepfoot cell key does not exist.
Oh no!
So he's just stuck there. World breakers, beware! The outsider returns with reinforcements. They seek to corrupt our young. Oh, and bonus points. Rogues can pick that lock open without a key. And if they do, nothing happens. The door opens and he just stands there.
Oh.
So he's not finished. Hey.
Bitch.
The Earth Warder will not stand for this. Witness the powers he has gifted me. Enough of the charade, Saganoth. Deathwing is dead, and no cult can silence. Oh hey, void tentacles.
Ooh.
Bah, this illusion stifles my power. Die, meddlers. Oh, he's an ogre. So, when I came through here on my main, the illusion never actually went away. He still said that voice line, but he still looked the same.
Oh.
So I'm like, oh, so that's what he is. They fixed it.
They fixed him.
They fixed him. Don't mind play me. So yeah, this guy is probably part of the Twilight's Hammer.
Yeah.
Remember those guys from Cataclysm?
I do.
The Twilight's Hammer did not die with Cho'Gall, and it will not die with me. Interesting. More will rise. So he was Twilight's Hammer all along. One of the last. The voice was unscaled. We had been deceived. Earth Warder, forgive us. All is well, friends. The outsiders are here to help us. Though we seem to have done as much harm as good. Champion, meet us on the ridge. Hopefully the survivors will let us pass without issue. And you can see Twilight's Hammer equipment from Cataclysm in here as well.
Yeah.
Dragon Tours.
Love them.
Dragon Tours, Dragon Tours. Da 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 da, Dragon Tours. Come on, take right hand. So I'll go to Dragon Land. Oh, I have to go over here. Bonk.
Bonk.
Oh, they're neutral now.
Oh.
You've done well to help this child. He has a keen heart, a kind heart, and a keen mind. In time, perhaps, he may turn away from the World Breakers. But to take him now would be the greater cruelty. We must be patient in such things. We quenched the last embers of the Twilight's Hammer today. The World Breakers are another matter. These Scaleborn will find new explanations for their misfortune, new myths, and new leaders. My kin and I will watch over them. Should another voice rise, we will intervene. You've done a good thing this day. Do you want an axe or a sword? I'll take this when it sells for more. There we go, Sojourner of the Waking Shores. No more side quest detours.
Woo!
Until we get to the next zone, and then we have to help some centaurs get gay married. But we're not there yet.
Woo!
We'll deal with that when we get there.
Gay rights.
Gay rights. Oh hey, full sail. Oh, full. How do I get your supply key? Oh, I think I need to have a certain renown for this that I don't have. Hard
okay,
stuff.
bye Hazel. Thanks for sticking around.
Oh hey! BVH, Black Market Auction House, but viewing mode only from here.
Ooh.
The actual BMAH is in Valdrakken.
Huh.
Nothing I particularly want, though. Wait. Spectral Tiger Cub? Isn't that from the TCG? Maybe I do want that.
I don't know.
Maybe I do want that. We'll see. Hey. Within the Obsidian Citadel lies the Forge of the Earth Warder. It can craft powerful weapons only dreamt of by mortal blacksmiths. And despite this being the expansion with the profession revamp to really expand our professions, no, you can't use it. Tell me about the weapons in the Citadel. The Earth Warder's Forge created obsidian-seared armor and weapons. A dragonkin equipped with such was a fair match for 100 mortal soldiers. You must reignite the flames of the forge so we can use its power again. Thank you for the information.
Some of those crafted weapons have surely fallen into Jarden hands. They can be used against us.
My strategies come from my ancestors, the great warriors who fought the Mogu for generations in Pandaria. Might review the battle plans. The best strategists have created a plan that should have a high probability of success with sufficient forces. But please, review our plan. Your opinion is highly valued, champion. Looking at the plans.
Fao is right. The plan is sound. But I fear we lack the forces to execute it successfully.
It is an honor to be in the presence of such an esteemed ally of the Black Prince.
Then why am I only his acquaintance, huh?
The Isles welcome.
The Dragon Isles are rife with ancient knowledge. Will you aid me in cataloging the history of the Obsidian Citadel? What has your research found?
For dragonkind.
Well, you're just walking away from me.
The walls of the Obsidian Citadel have stood strong for thousands of years. With that kind of strength, there is no way the Jarradin could have attacked it head-on. I suspect the Jarradin have instead used their elemental magic to crack the earth beneath the Citadel, entering from within Neltharis, the Obsidian Fortress.
If the walls of the Citadel are built to withstand the Jarradin, they'll surely prove a challenge for us as well. This will only aid the Jarradin defending there.
Starting to sound like we got our work cut out for us.
Mm-hmm.
Rumors you were here. I've been keeping an eye out.
I've done a full survey of the forces occupying the Obsidian Citadel. What have you observed?
Keep it as best you see the size of their defensive force for yourself.
Also, I think this is a Void Elf.
Ooh, yee.
So many. We do not have the forces to break through those defenses.
Anyway, time to do some sparring. Oh, you're a Kultiran.
Ahoy!
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 Ahoy! Not what I would have expected to hear from one of Rathion's agents. But you know.
Level 64 Rathian. Category Rathian.
Category Rathian.
Come, speak with me. Patience.
Looks like that one's a Draenei. Off the... Still trying to hold a conversation mid-fight.
Good fortune.
Can I fight the Provisioner? Did I test his skills in battle? No?
Not advised.
Oh, High Mountain.
We defend this world together.
Hey, Emberthal, you're not a healer by any chance, are you?
We will persevere. Victory lies ahead.
Problem is, I don't get victory rush to heal myself with because I'm not technically killing any of them, and it only triggers when I kill something.
Yeah.
So my self-healing is offline.
How are ya?
Do I ever like food? No, I don't. Do I just have to wait for my health to regen? That's a bit silly.
F.
Pleased to meet ya.
Bird!
Bird!
Yes, I can
Bird is so mad.
I can victory rush off the bird.
Woo!
Very silly.
Your hurry. Hello.
Am I seriously not gonna get a single double? Sometimes you'll fight one of them and another one will be like, hey, I went in on this fight.
Baladash Balanore.
Of course, now that I only need to fight one more, another one's gonna join in. Now that I've said it. No? Okay.
Why is Volpera just animatedly talking to thin air?
Because there used to be a guy there.
Be resourceful.
Oops, that's not the button I meant to hit.
Zoop. Waystorm.
There we go.
I have been expecting you. Every
I see. I shall consider your evaluation carefully, of course. I believe the Black Talon are prepared for anything.
I will consider your advice.
And now I'm going to ignore it.
Yes.
What have you seen?
I value your judgment. You are correct. Our forces are few in number. But you forget, we also have myself. I am an incalculable advantage, and I will not be denied my legacy.
You're 12.
You're 12.
Shut the up, you're 12.
The Black Dragonflight.
With your help, my Black Talon assassins will cut down the Jarden defending the outer perimeter. Mark any targets with a small stun bomb, and they will come to your aid. Proceed quickly, and eliminate anything that may hinder our advance.
Until next time.
From what we have observed, Jarden society is built on strength. The strongest serve as examples for others to fight all the harder. Among the forces below are 3 examples of the mightiest Jarden, and your targets. You, Ascala, will personally eliminate them. This should deal a devastating blow to their morale.
The Black Dragonflight. Black Talon! The moment we have prepared for is at hand. To the Obsidian Citadel!
The Jarden will fall before us, and the Citadel will be ours.
So much confidence, yet the numbers do not lie. I fear the worst.
Nyom. Hello.
These Jarden are masters of flame, and won't hesitate to turn you to ash.
Acquiring assistance from the Black Talon.
And comes soon.
Hey, Black Talon. Like,
Many.
I'll take it. Let's blow up this. Let's blow up this. I am in combat, apparently.
With yourself.
That's just having anxiety.
True.
It's when you're like, you may not rest, there are monsters nearby. That's anxiety.
Yeah.
There we go. Maybe my dragon was just busy. Oh, this one's already dead. I guess I'll wait for it to respawn. Strike for the knee. Crust Shaper, what is he, Groudon? Restless lava.
I can smell your fear.
I've summoned the Volpera brothers.
Summon the boys.
Let me mount up. Oh, it's because these guys still exist. And they have to realize that they're not in combat. Maybe. Maybe? Yes, I think that's what it is. Spin time! Get spun. Alley-oop. Where'd that thing you were carrying go? You were carrying a big thing and it just, yeah, evaporated. Thought you mend yourself. No healing. Now. Ooh, ore. Don't mind if I do. Krant.
Grant.
Him named Krant.
Him named Grant.
Him named Braig.
Him named Braig.
Oh, here we go. Our advance is pushing them back. All that remains is to breach the gates. You've proven yourself the true hero of the day, Escala. Yay, new cape. The next battle will no doubt be fierce, but our courage and determination will overcome their greater numbers. I'm counting on your exceptional skills to help lead the troops to victory. We shall begin the assault when you're ready.
On your signal, champion.
I'm ready to begin the assault.
Azeroth faces many threats.
Hi.
Oh.
It's about to be a great exchange.
Who are you?
Sibelian, heir of Neltharion. And you are?
Rathian, heir of Neltharion. And I've never heard of you.
Likewise.
So Bellion really be like, who's this sassy lost child?
Oh my god.
Hey, look, an uncorrupted black dragon that didn't cause WAD up until Shadowlands. Fun fact, Sibelian was in Burning Crusade.
Oh!
He and his dragons were in Outland. And, you know, while over there, they were separated from Azeroth, so they, lost the madness of the old gods due to not being in their presence anymore.
Huh. Neat.
Yep. And he, his, mortal visage, went by the name of, Baron Sablemain, I believe.
Hmm.
Not to be confused with Baron von Swoopenbite. Stop lava vortexing me. I don't like it.
No.
I should probably not bother fighting the elites. They take so long to kill. Even if I do have NPC helpers. They're just HP sponges. Nope. No magma vortex. We've discussed this. Kill. Up. Sibelian and the other dragons are holding back the Jarden for now. We must act quickly to secure the high towers and ensure our victory. You and I shall clear the siege arbalists that threaten us from above. Let me know when you're ready. There we go.
Riding him?
Nope. Wrong.
No.
But I cannot fault such a timely arrival.
Grabbed.
Held.
Were you expecting to defeat this entire army on your own, little brother? A bold move.
Hey, don't steal my easy kills, other player. I need these. I need this. Honestly, I think Rathion should not become Aspect and should keep his title of the Black Prince.
Yeah.
Better than Rathion the Earth Warder.
Perhaps you've been too long away? Perhaps you bear more of our father's stubbornness than even you realize.
Now one might wonder, why are they showing up now? Aside from just the Call of the Dragon Isles, now might be the first time it safe for them to. Now, with that N'Zoth is question mark dead?
Yeah.
They may not need to worry about being re-corrupted. Or at least not worry as actively.
It's not a present looming threat.
Yeah. Oops, I didn't loot that guy. Oh well.
No.
Put me back.
I have been expecting.
Get around.
Narcissus. Nice Sibelian. No unique model for Sibelian, though. That's concerning.
Hmm. Did he have a dragon model back in Outland?
I think he had a I don't know. Probably. I think probably the standard dragon model, but it looks like he has this. He also still has standard dragon model, just higher res.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be honest. I don't remember any of his quests. He was in Blades Edge Mountains, I believe. So not a zone I frequently go to. I mean, I've already made my distaste. I probably only ever went there once for Lore Master.
Mm.
And I probably didn't read the text. I think I made my distaste for Outland known, so...
Yeah.
I mean, one of the first quests that you encounter while there is called Outland Sucks, and I agree. It has not... In my opinion, it has not aged well.
It really hasn't, no.
I'm dying, Squirtle.
You're a little bit on fire.
Hey, Evoker, can you heal me? No?
No.
You're just gonna walk off, huh?
They're a bit on fire themselves, I think.
Yeah. Oh, and they used their group party buff on themselves, but not on me. The Oathstone is within reach. Finally, my destiny is at hand. Excellent, Escala. The Jarden forces are on the run. We control the upper courtyard of the Citadel. However, the vaults below may take much longer to secure. Well done, Escala. Sibelian and his forces will hold off the Jarden, while I activate the Oathstone to restore power. When Neltharion became the Earth Warder, he swore an oath to protect this world, Escala, to safeguard the deep places of the earth, and, with his flight, to serve as Azeroth's defenders. The Obsidian Oathstone represents that promise. We must activate the stone and let the Dragon Isles know that the Black Dragonflight has returned. Follow me, Escala.
Never let your guard.
Is there something you wish to discuss?
That's Sibelian. Please note that among Sibelian's followers are female black dragons.
Oh!
You know what that means.
Means I'm free.
No. No. Get me a sandwich. Nom 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 nom. Well. God, I love that YTP. Got the Oathstone?
The Oathstone must be activated to restore the power of my Dragonflight.
Alright, do we just touch it?
Tabelli just walks up and walks back.
Something is wrong here. This
Oh, it's
cannot
sparking.
be. The stone is cracked.
Father broke his oath, and with that the stone broke as well.
We must repair it.
Speak your mind.
This is a setback.
The forge
Oh.
of the Earth Warder is close. It is possible.
This is a setback, but with your help, I'm sure we can repair the Oathstone. Work with Bazentus. Make it so.
Until next time.
We protect
The Oathstone is damaged. There are pieces missing. Do what you can to recover the fragments. Maybe there's a way to fix the stone.
These Jarden have been looting the Citadel. Perhaps they have taken the fragments. I shall assist you in the search.
We serve one. Please, I would like to accompany you as well. My knowledge of this citadel could be of much use.
Like, when this character first started saying her things, I'm like, oh, she's definitely corrupted by the old gods. I don't think she actually is, though.
She just sounds like that.
These vaults stretch for miles beneath the citadel. Many powerful weapons and artifacts were locked away here for safekeeping.
Black dragons are just like that.
Pillaging the vaults in hopes of expanding their power.
Like, she just sounds suspicious.
Yeah. And that's just what the Black Dragonflight is like, though.
Not even a dragon, technically. She's a dragon spawn.
Yeah, she's in the umbrella.
So are hornswogs.
Yeah, black hornswogs are also fucked up sounding. Evil presence.
Left unattended for so long, it seems these vaults have fallen into disarray.
If I were a Jarden, I would not be in such a hurry to open that chamber.
What, you don't want to go in with the giant spider?
No.
Oops. Open my... I almost said character sheet. That's not quite the right term. We should figure out, like, if/when we're doing Paladinox D&D, by the way.
Hell yeah. I'll admit I've had other things on my brain.
Mood. I forgot about it until just now. Hey, level 65, and we're still in the first zone of 4.
Woohoo!
When Blade Storm ends, Whirlwind and Cleave deal 50% increased damage for 9 seconds. Okay. I don't have either of those in my bar. It's fine. Don't worry about it. This way. Looking for something specific. But I don't think it's in this. What is that? Why is that happening to the UI? I think a reload may need to be coming soon.
Oh boy.
Because my own name has disappeared as well.
Oh. Well.
My health bar is also not updating. But I have no bugs, apparently.
Yeah.
Just reload. Warcraft. Come on. You can do it, game. Please hurry before these guys respawn on top of me. There we go. What are you? Hello? You just a little buddy? Oh. He is just a little buddy.
Oh.
Can I go in here? No. It's a good thing that Oathstone fragment in there isn't important. I'm looking for something specific. But I don't know where it is exactly. Aside from that it's down here, I think. We're gonna kill a couple of extra Jard and explore the other side too.
Okay.
We have our little protector now as well, so that'll help.
I never gave up hope.
Those elementals. The very foundations of the Citadel are being animated against us.
I think I probably need another player for this, but just does this work? Oh god, do I have general chat turned off? Oh, I do. I don't know if that worked. I'm supposed to send a message to general chat with a pin location, but apparently I have it display off, so no clue if it went through.
Oh boy.
I'm looking for something called an odd book. I don't see anything that looks like a book. I don't know where it is exactly, other than it is under the Citadel. Check Wildhead while I wait for people to show up to hopefully help me with this guy. Down the stairs just by the river, then left and left again on the shelf to your right when you walk in. Isn't that room locked? Yeah, so I need to go into this room with the door locked. Why is the door locked? Maybe I'll just have to come back later.
Maybe.
Oh, they can go in.
What do you have to report?
Oh.
I might also be in like the wrong phase of this area for that.
Maybe.
I'll just finish up here and come back later.
Man.
Alley-oop.
Alley-oop?
Alley-oop. Sorry I kept you waiting, Rathian. Have you found the missing fragments of the Oathstone? This looks like all the pieces, except for the one that was behind a sealed door that doesn't matter. I believe we could repair this. Oh, I removed my legendary belt. I can put that in my void storage later. The Forge of the Earth Warder is the most powerful of all the dragon forges in existence. Our ancestors used it to create the strongest weapons and armor to defend Azeroth. Can we get some of those? No? Within the hearth of that forge is the power necessary to reform the shattered fragments of the Oathstone. Let us go and prepare the forge for the work to be done.
The forge lies nearby.
What?
Work quickly. The area
What? Speak up.
for long.
Oh, I think I actually hit the sound on my headset. Actually turned it down. What did?
No.
First, we must activate the forge.
I don't know. He's still kind of quiet.
He's audible to me.
Okay, it's just the me problem.
Next, we will require cinder shard coals to fuel the forge.
Careful. I detect that some of the coal has been altered by Jaredin magic.
Why would they do this? Thought that was Onyxia for a second. No, it's Osoria. So I wonder if Sibelian's involvement here in the plot is because, you know, Blizzard had done Burning Crusade Classic, and they're like, oh my god, we forgot Sibelian existed!
Honestly, maybe. I'm finally wrapping up that loose plot end.
He was kind of out of the way, so...
Excellent. All will be ready soon.
Because also, the way that they have the moats here is similar to the classic expansions, too.
Yeah.
Forge working.
Have you finished the work required? Very good. Now, with the arrival of our prince, we can begin. The forge is ready. All it needs now is flame. Place the damaged Oathstone fragments upon the forge, and Rathian shall provide the spark to ignite the process.
Serve well.
It seems only fitting that my flames secure my destiny.
Do you think dragons can breathe fire in their visage forms?
Good question, actually.
Wow, that's convenient.
Wow.
Aspects watch over you.
The damaged pieces of the Oathstone are repaired. This is only the beginning of what can be accomplished here. With the forge reignited, I can begin the process of crafting new weapons and armor to aid our efforts.
Glory to all.
The shattered fragments have been reformed. We are ready to repair the Oathstone. Go now and help Wrathion complete the repairs.
I will be denied no longer. Come, champion. Let us finish the repairs.
Glomp.
Do you trust me?
So close to completing my destiny.
Consequences.
How did we get extra duplicate parts?
Mm.
Kind of funny this is the first Oathstone to be activated.
Yeah.
Of a nearly dead flight.
Sibelian? What is he doing?
Be swift, champion. I must claim the throne now.
In his claws. Dangle, dangle. It's fine, we got used to it from the Kyrians and Shadowlands.
Yeah.
Young Wrathion, I owe you my thanks. Your help was invaluable in securing my rightful place on the Obsidian throne.
Oh, I believe you're mistaken. This throne, this legacy, is my birthright.
No. The mistake is yours. I was anointed caretaker of this flight by Neltharion himself. So let me be clear. When all is said and done, I will be the aspect of the Black Dragonflight.
Is that so? May the worthiest dragon win.
You think you have a chance? You're 12.
You're 12.
Oh, look at the size comparison between these two.
Yeah.
Is there something you wish to
Escala, for many years we have worked together and achieved what many thought impossible. We fought to protect this world and safeguard its future. We have overcome the mightiest of foes time and time again. You have been an invaluable ally and friend. I don't know, it says you consider me an acquaintance. I need your allegiance now more than ever. In return, I promise you will share in the reward. This complicates matters, but I will not be denied what is rightfully mine. I have dedicated myself to serving Azeroth from destruction time and time again, and this fool thinks he can just swoop in and claim the title of Aspect? I think not. Talk to my people, Escala. See what they have to say about me and what I have done for this world. As Neltharion's heir and leader of the only surviving flight of black dragons, I was not expecting to find myself in competition for my birthright, particularly not against a self-important whelp younger than you, mortal. Nevertheless, if you need more than these self-evident facts, feel free to speak with members of my flight. There's no need to take my word on the subject. I left. What do you have to say? What can you tell me about Wrathion?
Wrathion's able to make the hard choices. The ones that no one else will. All for the greater good.
Setting Garrosh free started a war, but we needed that war to prepare for the Legion.
Did we?
No.
Ah, yes. Your argument for Wrathion is that he caused Warlords of Draenor.
I'd say he made things infinitely worse by
which then caused the Legion invasion. Like, that caused the Legion invasion directly.
Yeah, like Gul'dan escaped. That's kind of a huge issue.
Yeah.
Speak. If you see he does what needs to be done. Honor and glory didn't help defeat the Shah or rid the world of mad dragons. Wrathion did.
Oh yeah, Sibelian was like, yeah, we've got a way to stop all the dragons from being insane. Rathan's like, well, time to go a-killing. Time to commit genocide on my own people.
Yeah.
When he was like 1.
Maybe we shouldn't have let the 1-year-old make the decisions on the, like, fate of an entire species.
Yeah. You look like someone with nothing to do. How's about employment? I have a crafting order to fill for the Artisans Consortium for Draconium Sickle. Now, I could easily take care of this, but as an apprentice, I think it makes more sense for you to take this one on. Craft the sickle and bring it to the Ruby Life Shrine. A Draenei named Hephaestus will pay you for it. Can I even make that? No. Training. What level do I need to be to make that? Oh, 10. That's not so bad. Well, let's make some stuff. No, we got a better blacksmithing hammer than that. Better bracers.
How are you? Keep your feet on the ground.
Let's make a draconium pickaxe. Explorer's plate boots. I don't care about the skeleton key.
What's on your mind? Be good.
Draconium sickle. Craft away.
Woohoo!
Now let's make a chest guard. Upgrade!
Nice.
Love being able to make my own upgrades. That's nice.
Great to meet you. See you soon.
Make another blacksmithing accessory.
What can I do for you? Be good.
Well, that's a shield and that's a dagger, but yeah, I'll probably sell some of these at some point. I should make some of these just to get my skill up, though. Oh, I can unlock a new specialization. Don't mind if I do. Let's probably do hammer control. Oops, not that much.
Well met. Keep your feet on the ground.
I want to make primal molten alloy. Okay.
What can I get for you? Safe travel.
Let's see. Has skill up, have materials? Nothing. Okay. First craft bonus. Let's make these. Okay. And I can't learn anything else yet. There we go.
Woo!
Crafting.
Aspect's grace shine down.
Ah, you want me to do dungeon? Maybe later. We have a problem, traveler. The Jarradin first emerged from within Neltharis, which means we must be ransacking the halls. Neltharis contains many treasures, but more importantly, it contains knowledge, the history of our flight, and its fall from grace. Both Sibelian and Rathian have been looking for more information regarding Neltharian's life and work. Go, see what you can recover before the Jarradin plunder it all. Well, you'll just have to wait. Also, shout out to this quest log add-on now being out of date, because it says out of 25, but the quest cap is actually 35 now.
Woo!
Hey, what can you tell me about Rathian?
Despite some questionable methods, it is hard to deny Rathian's results. He has worked tirelessly to protect all creatures of Azeroth from numerous threats.
and also caused numerous threats.
I have lived to see them return.
Like, again, he caused Warlords of Draenor intentionally, which led to the Legion returning, which caused many deaths, including stuff like Tyrion, Varian, Vol'jin. That led to Sylvanas becoming War Chief, which led directly to BFA, and then Shadowlands. Yeah.
Let's just push Rathian down some stairs.
Yeah.
As where an aspect failed, Sibelian succeeded. Despite Deathwing's madness, despite the rage of the Groth, Sibelian and his kin survived, allowing us to achieve this moment.
Also, I get the feeling that if Sibelian and Co. hadn't shown up when they did, we would have lost this assault.
Yeah.
A leader is like a finely forged sword. They must be balanced, strong, and of pure metal. Though I like Rathian, he is untempered. Sibelian has been forged in fire. I believe he is what we need in a leader.
Hey, look! Black dragon eggs!
Is there something you need?
No, the eggs are not all mine.
I'm sure.
But I do tend to all of them, and to the whelps. Do you think it easy to corral dozens of tiny, nipping, fire-breathing scamps for even a single day? Being a brood mother is never easy. Why are you, like, brown? Okay. Brown dragon. Well met, as you mortals say.
Sibelian rallied us on our land, not only saving us from death, but from the corruption that befell our kin. All the rest, the other flights, glory-starved mortals, even that pretentious prince, chose to murder the afflicted rather than aid us.
Yeah,
I gotta say I'm pro-Sibelian here.
Yeah, makes you wonder, if Rathian hadn't murdered them and they were still around, could they be cured now? Surely you back my claim, do you not, Escala?
No.
I trust that you understand now. With the Oathstone empowered once more, we must now transport the future of our kind to the life pools. It is the right of every true dragonflight to have their eggs nurtured by its waters. Unfortunately, our enemies will be watching the skies now that we have revealed ourselves. We will make the final leg of the journey on foot to avoid their scrutiny. Meet me near the Obsidian Bulwark, warrior. As the Lifebinder's champion, you are welcome to join me in this.
Wherever those eggs go, I go. You will not return them to Alexstrasza without me.
Whee! Something's going on down there.
Okay.
Inconspicuous wagon.
And
Haunts.
Are you ready to depart, warrior? This will be our rally point if we become separated. Fall back and regroup here. Let's get moving.
I am the future of the Black. Stay close, champion. We cannot afford for anything to happen to the wagon or its contents.
Why are we taking this ridiculous contraption again? It's agonizingly slow.
Our enemies will be on the lookout for us, and we cannot risk an encounter while transporting the eggs. So we shall travel as mortals do to avoid their gaze. If saving the future of your kind bores you, you are free to leave. I would welcome the silence.
Champion, to me!
Off we go.
Is this your idea of subtle?
Quiet, whelp. I will risk no harm coming to the eggs.
I could assist our dear champion in defending the wagon, you know. There's no reason they have to do all the dirty work themselves.
And reveal ourselves to the enemy? Absolutely not. Stay in your seat.
Fuck off, Rathian.
Forces will not move while the shield holds.
This is getting ridiculous. How many random encounters must we suffer before you realize your ruse has failed? Let us take wing and be done with it.
Cease your fidgeting. If anything is putting us at risk of discovery, it is your childish impatience.
The horses will not move while the shield holds.
Vroom vroom.
Vroom vroom.
Finally. I was worried the eggs would hatch before reaching the life pools.
Shut the fuck up.
Titans, give me patience.
Oop.
Today, puppets.
Is this the leadership you offer our people? Perhaps the others.
What the fuck, Rathian?
Whelps these days. Meet me at the life pools proper, champion. This is far from over. Tell me.
You have served admirably, Drath.
My return was absolutely crucial.
I understand your concern, warrior, but all will be rectified shortly, as it seems that we are about to have company. Feel free to stay and witness what transpires. It should be quite cathartic. Do speak with our egg tender when you have a moment, though. She will no doubt need the support.
Very well. We will meet again later.
What is the meaning of this, Sibelian? Where are the eggs?
Yes, why don't you explain how your ridiculous plan destroyed the future of an entire flight?
I apologize for any misunderstandings, Lifebinder, but any report of our extinction is premature. The eggs were never in danger. The cart and my presence were merely to draw the attention of our foes and allow my clutch to move unobserved. I have spent millennia rebuilding my flight. As Neltharian's heir, I pledge it and myself to you.
What are you?
These eggs are most welcome here, Sibelian. But your part in your father's twisted legacy has earned you no such privilege. I will ensure the eggs are cared for, but I will not be involved in your bickering. That is for the black.
Rathian chasing after her.
What a mess.
You are welcome
Here, I made that sickle.
Clear skies and safe journeys.
Wee. Plonk. Can you believe it? I can scarcely believe it. Eggs of the Black Dragonflight, after all this time. But look at the state of this place. It will not do at all. Nothing is too good for these eggs. Though those two blowhards squabbling like children for the Lifebinder's favor, you can bet they have not spared a thought for us. You, though, will not leave an old egg tender all alone, will you?
I long to see the eggs return.
I think this is my favorite objective, is this last bit here. Polish Ruby Shrine Guard.
Polishing him.
Order you... Oh, that's a nice shine. Like, alright. Thank you, Scala. I feel like we have a future once more. Soon the life pools will be full once again. Thank you for your part in this, Scala. It means more than I can ever hope to express. Go, find the life binder by the Oathstone. Tell her that we are ready for the eggs.
I long to see the eggs return.
I'm glad.
Blink.
Anything to report?
Commander, welcome back to the Ruby Life Shrine, Champion. Many, like Sendrax, have sacrificed their lives to safeguard this place and contents from the Primalists. They will be remembered. Why don't you put down your sword? You're safe in the Life Shrine.
Protect your allies.
Walk with me. How can I set down my sword, Escala? My troops are still embroiled in battle. All across these isles, good and noble Draconid fight to preserve the Dragonflights. Some will even sacrifice their life to preserve another's. That is one of the highest callings of brave Draconid. Draconid like Sendrax. He nods solemnly at the injured Draconid who nod in return. No, let the others rest and recover their strength. It is only when the last soldier has returned safely to the Life Shrine that I will set down my sword.
Man.
Until then, I cannot rest.
Dragonflight's good.
So that's the dialogue I mentioned before. I didn't know when it was, apparently.
Greetings.
The future of all the flights is now secure.
The balance must be
Ooh.
maintained.
Ruby. Yeah, my heel is nice. You have my thanks, warrior, and my condolences for having to deal with those two for as long as you did. The Red Dragonflight is charged with the preservation and nurturing of all dragons, even those who may tire of at times. With the return of the Black Dragonflight's eggs, dragonkind is united as it has not been in thousands of years. I believe this is what will restore our Ruby Oathstone. Speak with me when you're ready to bring the eggs to the Obsidian Life Pool.
Life endures.
I'm ready.
At long last, our absent young are once more among us.
Among us!
So that they can be
No!
brought together with all the flights. Though these life pools were once bereft of eggs, they now contain our future. Truly, the calling of my flight has been fulfilled.
I will see that these eggs are protected and loved, so that they may hatch into dragons, strong and wise.
Woo! There's so many.
The life pools are filled once more, in no small part thanks to you. With our purpose fulfilled, our Oathstone shines once more as a symbol of our calling. I like that there's now more black eggs than there are blue.
Yeah.
Like the blue one is like half full.
Yeah.
Fair skies and strong winds.
The green dragonflight requires your aid now, hero. My sister's daughter and her flight have entered the Emerald Dream in an attempt to empower their own Oathstone. We have heard nothing since their slumber began. Seek out the centaur that rule over the Onaran plains. You may well need their connection to the land and its spirits if you were to rouse the Greens. They were proud and territorial people who do not suffer insult lightly. Speak with our ambassador and he'll prepare you.
Two of the Oathstones have been renewed. 3 more are needed if we are to have any hope of reclaiming our aspectral power and stopping Razagath.
Okay, that's just the end of that thought, huh?
It seems our
Yeah, alright.
intertwined.
I long to see the eggs return.
That voice line doesn't make any sense anymore, my girl. They're right there. Look at them. You put them in there. Turn around. You put them there. Alright, and with that, that is... We've earned the achievement, Waking Hope. We've completed the following quest lines in the Waking Shores.
Woo!
Are you a vendor? No. Are you a vendor? Yak. Things to sell.
It has been 4 hours and I'm very tired.
Yeah, I was gonna say this is definitely a good point to stop. We are almost level 66 and we got some interesting shoes.
Yeah.
So, next time...
Yep, there he goes.
Bye. Next time... Hold on. No, not wrong button.
Duck.
Duck. Next time, we will continue on to the second zone, the Onaran Plains. And which we might hit level 70 in. Probably not on the next stream, probably like the second one in Onaran Plains, but you know. Thanks to those who came, and even if it was only for a short while. And we'll see you next time.
Bye, y'all.
Bye.